And so that's why the taxes that we pay to the BIR are the ones only proper to the local entities, so not the advertising. So the advertising is done not by the platform is not operated by the local entity.
But you make money out of the ads that are being shown in the channel, right? Sa platform nyo.
Google LLC does.
Yes, just my example is that when let's say the company of Congressman Marcoleta magkaroon ng ads sa inyo, he has to pay you.
Mr. Chair, not Google Philippines, not Google Philippines.
So who does he pay to?
Mr. Chair, that's a very legitimate area of inquiry, but that's a different matter altogether.
No, Mr. Chair, with
We're
all
about
due
to
respect
discuss
to my
abusive platforms.
with
Come
all
on,
due
tayo.
respect to my senator, Mr. Chair, the reason why I asked that, this is a relevant issue because we are contemplating on maybe perhaps asking all the social media platforms to secure a franchise in this Congress, because we want to make sure that it's not just the platforms who make money, but also the Philippine government. That's one. Number two, if you are under the franchise of this government, then you will toe the line. Sorry, I do not mean toe the line, meaning you will be subject to the regulations and then the rules that will be imposed under this law. And I think I'm pretty sure that no less than our Senator Marcoleta would be more than willing to author that kind of a law. Mr. Chairman.
Before we proceed further, please allow the chair to recognize the presence online of the following members of the committee: the Honorable Celso Regencia, the Honorable Jordan Jesus Romualdo, and the Honorable Francisco Paulo Ortega. Yes, Chairman Joboy, your
just a quick interjection, just very germane to the question of
with the indulgence of the Honorable
Chairman
Joboy.
Joboy.
Yes, please
Yes, I'd
proceed.
like to ask you to, before we move on to another topic, I'd like to ask, do you have an arrangement with other platforms insofar as maintaining your guidelines and standard of that standard where you remove violative or abusive or harmful contents, no, with other platforms? Do you have that mechanism? I mean, that arrangement?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Depending on the type of content, I'll give an example. There are some, for example, for OSAEC, or what internationally is known as CSAM. There is technology sharing wherein if one platform already detects that a piece of content is CSAM, the hash of that is shared among the technology coalition. So there are coordination for particular types of illegal content.
Okay, so halimbawa lang, do you have also a uniform or universal agreement where, say for example, YouTube, kasi there are also contents uploaded on TikTok and on Facebook that can also be uploaded on YouTube. So say for example, if the content is uploaded on TikTok, tapos meron silang, you have also a shared mechanism agreement with the TikTok and in-upload doon, certain certain guidelines from your company might not necessarily be applied to the different companies that you have an arrangement of sharing technology, sharing information with. So paano nyo na-derive out, and how do you maintain, for example, that standard of guidelines na pag yung something that is not accepted on YouTube may not necessarily be the same with TikTok, tapos in-upload sa TikTok, tapos pupunta sa, pwede niya i-upload sa YouTube. Paano po yung ganong Kasi that would also generate monetization, di ba? And that would also spell out how you would really police your own community, no? Na hindi siya maging violative doon sa mismong standard na gusto nyong i-uphold, no? I-maintain.
Mr. Chair, so every platform would have its own community guidelines.
Yes.
So every platform would have its own rules.
Yes,
of
I understand that, but
Um,
how do you strike, for example, the balance between a common understanding that this kind of content, whether it's uploaded on TikTok, and therefore pwede mag-appear sa YouTube kasi mayroon kayong arrangement ng share of information, cannot also be a violative of your own standard ng pag-maintain ng healthy content at hindi siya abusive. How do you strike that balance? How do you maintain that kind of ethical standard, if we may use the term, no, in your own community?
So as Mr. Chair has mentioned, there are certain types of content where that is possible, and that I would say CSAM/OSAEC is where
But
that
do you
is
have that
possible.
kind of mechanism where TikTok, if it's uploaded on TikTok, tapos pag i-upload sa YouTube, halimbawa, or i-share sa YouTube, violative na from the very start yung content, hindi nyo ipapakita. Do you have that kind of mechanism right now?
So, Mr. Chair, as mentioned, not for all types of content, not for all violations. Specifically, technical coordination like that happens for CSAM/OSAEC. But for example, if it's policies as to vulgarity, for example, vulgarity, there's no
Wala, no?
technical coordination happening between
Okay.
the platforms with their own independent community guidelines.
Thank you, thank you. Kasi ganun po yung nangyayari eh. Hindi lang ho sa YouTube, minsan na-upload sa ibang platforms tapos nag-appear sa ibang channels. So sometimes kung ano yung hindi po pwede sa kanila, tapos po pwede dun sa kabila, dun natin malalaman kung talagang napupulis ba yung kanilang ranks para hindi po violative sa kanilang community at hindi magamit ito na loophole para bawal sa'yo, dito ko nila upload since meron silang arrangement, meron silang mag-appear din sa kabilang channel. So wala kayong ganon, no? Wala po. No? Just on record.
Mr. Chair,
Wala.
not for all types of
Okay.
content.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Joboy Aquino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Gonzalez, can you, on Google, no, something like broadcast, di ba? It broadcasts through sa mga, even sa cellphone, different, anything that you ask, nilalabas, no? So, ano ko lang is, dito sa Philippines, lumalabas yung sa Google. So, you have partners or Google Philippines. Diba? Is it true? There's Google Philippines.
Yes, yes.
Google Philippines, a member of the KBP.
Mr. Chair, I do not think so, Mr. Chair. I do not believe so.
Or Google Philippines is a member of MTRCB.
Mr. Chair, we coordinate and we work closely with the MTRCB on certain issues facing the Philippines. But I don't think there's a membership for the MTRCB, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. How about, do we have KBP? I believe we have KBP here. Yeah, Attorney Jula. Member po ba ang Google?
Good morning, Your Honor. Google is not a member of the KBP. It's not a broadcast network.
Yeah, when you say broadcast, what's the difference ng broadcast dito sa radio station and dito sa Google?
In the case of radio stations and television, we make use of the frequencies, radio frequencies to transmit our content. Whereas in Google, they use IP platforms.
Yes, but may broadcast din. Diba?
In a loose sense, yes, but it's more.
See? Yun ang malaking nga doon diferensya. No? There's broadcast and there's viewing at the same time. Diba? That's why ang MTRCB. Now, how would being the arm of the government, no, ang MTRCB, paano natin maano yan ngayon na may broadcast and viewing, no, the same time dyan sa Google, no? What can you say about that attorney. Kasi ang MTRCB, ito yung mga noon pa nagawa tong MTRCB. No? Wala pa tong mga Google sa cellphone, no? Hindi pa nababago, hindi pa na-update ng MTRCB. No, I think the MTRCB and the KBP should update, no, ang mga regulations to help the government. Kasi how would we control now?
That's
Kasi hindi
because,
sila member.
Mr. Chair, that's because technology is so fast and our regulatory agencies cannot cope up. That's the problem.
Well, at least gawin nilang trabaho nila. We have to do it. Binabayaran ng gobyerno. Gumagastos ang gobyerno. Di ba? So, we call on MTRCB and KBP na i-update po. No? Humabol tayo. Hindi tayo pwedeng nakaupo lang. No? Just like us here, even we're on vacation, we're here to listen para ma-update din natin, makahabol tayo sa mga nangyayari. No, I hope makuha niyo yung sinasabi ko.
Yes, Your Honor. We understand the point, but there is really a wide difference between broadcast of television and radio and the use of internet protocol as a means of transmission. In fact, it's more properly netcasting than broadcasting.
Attorney, at the end of the day, itong lahat ang importante kay Google, kay kung sino pa man, basta nag-broadcast viewing, the end of the day, for me, it should be healthy public information. Very simple. But it seems napabayaan na rin ng gobyerno, ng agency ng gobyerno na dapat sila ang mag-regulate. Very simple to understand. Oh,
Mr. Chair, KBP is not a government agency, and membership in the KBP is voluntary. And we have, while we affiliate with content creators, it is not in the context of membership, but affiliation, in the sense that we try to get content creators to adopt the standards as well as the guidelines of the KBP in content creation. Because we have members that also use internet and social media as a means of expanding the reach. And we require them to follow the same ethical standards in their broadcast if they extend the reach through internet protocol platforms.
anyway,
Yes, please proceed.
Anyway, yun lang po ang akin, no? Again, we cannot be just staying there. We should improve, no? Sayang ho yung ano natin, mga resources, the government. Well, KBP should improve also. Nag-i-improve yung broadcasting. Since ang KBP is part of that broadcasting, so as MTRCB, they should it also has to improve. Hindi ho pwedeng doon na lang tayo sa hanggang dyan na lang. While yung broadcasting, nag-i-improve. Ang KBP dapat mag-improve. Alam niyo yan eh.
Yes, the Honorable Manuel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions, representative ng Google Philippines. Mr. Chair, kapag merong content sa YouTube na ni-report ng ating mga kababayan dahil tingin nila ay naglalaman ito ng disinformation or misleading na content, ano ang proseso na pinagdadaanan bago makapag-decide ang Google Philippines or yung mga nasa YouTube na ito ay i-take down or hayaan lang na nasa platform pa rin yung content?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So kapag meron pong nireport yung let's say Filipino user po. So una-una po ay titingnan po natin kung ano po yung violation na nire-report. So for example po, pagbigay po ako ng madaling example po. Pag sinabi po nung creator na patay na po yung isang kandidato. So pag sinabi po niya patay na po si candidate X, yun po madali pong ma-review po ng YouTube team yon dahil kailangan lang po nilang i-verify kung buhay pa ba si candidate X. Kung buhay pa si candidate X, automatic po yung content na yon ay violative of election misinformation. So meron pong mga ganong bagay. Or pag sinabi po, another example po, pag sinabi po na ang election ay sa Mayo 1, yun po ay malinaw na violation ng election misinformation policies kasi po ang election po natin ay sa May 12, di ba? So, yung pag-review po, meron pong team na nagre-review po ng content. Meron pong mga bagay na madaling i-review, meron pong mga bagay na medyo mas komplikado pong i-review. Titingnan po yung konteksto. So, importante po, for example, yung sinasabi po yung tungkol sa pagmumura. Meron po kasing pagmumura na kunyari po nasa isang music video. Sa mga polisiya po malinaw po na pwede po medyo meron pong leeway pagdating po sa mga artistic music video for example. So kung dun sa music video may nagmumura, may nag-report, baka po yung finding po doon either i-allow siya, hindi po siya violative, or kung talagang medyo medyo sumusobra naman po, pwede po either ma-remove nga po yung video or pwede rin po siyang ma-age gate. Meron din po kasi tinatawag na age gating. So pag hindi po batay sa minor de edad yung video, pwede rin po nating i-age gate yung video para 18 and above lang po yung makakapanood po noon, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sa review team ng YouTube, sino-sino ang mga nandun? Without mentioning names for now, ilang tao ang nandyan? Tapos sila ba ay mga Pilipino o meron ding mga foreigners na nasa review team?
Mr. Chair, so libo-libo po. Yung team po na yan ay tinatawag na Trust and Safety. So lahat po ng mga platforms meron po yan Trust and Safety teams. At kadalasan po yung mga Trust and Safety teams nakakalat po yan sa buong mundo kasi po 24/7 po ang magre-review, di ba? So, hindi porke nag-report ka ng gabi, walang magre-review kasi po nakakalat po ang trust and safety sa buong mundo po yan. So, kung tatanungin niyo po ako kung meron po bang Pilipino, meron po siguro somewhere sa isang opisina ng YouTube na trust and safety kasi po yung trust and safety team, siguro po tens of thousands po yan of individuals all over the world who review these videos 24/7.
So Mr. Chair, ang bagay po meron tens of thousands kalat sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. Pero for example, for video na nasa YouTube na ang nag-upload ay isang Pilipino, saang particular location naka-base yung mga magre-review ng ganong particular video?
Mr. Chair, maganda po ma-explain na dahil marami po mga ibang polisiya, di ba? Meron po tayong mga teams na may expertise po dyan. So for example po, meron kang teams na ang expertise po nila yung hate speech. Meron ka pong teams na ang expertise po nila yung gambling and other illegal activities. So depende po dun sa violation na kiniklaim, makakascade po dun sa team na yon upang sila po yung mag-review dahil expertise po nila yon. So again, hindi po siya depende sa bansa, kundi depende po dun sa topic na nire-report kung ano po yung tamang team na mag-handle po nung video nung video.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, kapag merong ganong ni-report na isang video, pwedeng haluan ng mga Pilipino at hindi Pilipino ang magpapasya kung merong na-violate o wala ang ganong particular na video. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Tapos sa tens of thousands kasi naka-designate daw sila based on particular themes or possible violations. gusto kong mas ma-concretize para mas maunawaan po ng mga kababayan natin. Sa tens of thousands, paano sila nagpo-function? Paano nila na-systematize yung kanilang gawain? Kasi hindi naman po pwede na yung isang video lang dadaan sa mata ng tens of thousands para smoothly na magawa yung trabaho. So, para lang po mas specific, yon for one particular video na ni-report, on average, ilang tao yung collectively mag-scrutinize nung ganong video?
Okay, Mr. Chair. So, nabanggit ko po may mga teams po, di ba? So, kunyari po yung report mo yung video for medical misinformation. So, meron po isang team na sila po, trabaho po nila yung mag-review nun, di ba? Kung sila po yung pwede mag-decide or pwede rin pong ma-escalate, kung kunyari medyo komplikado po yung issue, pwede rin pong ma-escalate sa leadership. So, kumbaga po, may layers of may layers of escalation, may layers of decision making. Pero kung malinaw naman po, pwedeng ma-actionan na kahit isang tao lamang po. Pwede naman po yun. Hindi po siya all the time na kailangan maraming tao po nagde-decide. Nangyayari rin po minsan, kunyari po, na-escalate sa team nila, pero sa tingin po nila walang violation sa kanila, pwede rin po nilang ipasa sa kabilang team. So kunyari po, nire-review ng isang team yung content, sa kanila walang violation, pero sa tingin po nila, may violation to ng advertiser-friendly guidelines, pwede po nilang i-endorse dun po sa kabilang team na nagre-review po kung yung video ay compliant po sa advertiser-friendly guidance. So meron din pong coordination na pwedeng mangyari, lalong-lalo na po kung komplikado po yung video. Kunyari kung may halong violence, may halong hate speech, may halong medical misinformation, pwede pong maraming teams ang nagre-review ng isang video na nireport po.
So Mr. Chair, based dun sa paliwanag, merong vertical tsaka horizontal na pwedeng pag-assess ng isang video. So kung masyadong halata naman na hindi talaga totoo yung sinabi doon, halimbawa misleading or halatang mali talaga impormasyon regarding an election, so pwedeng isang tao pwedeng mag-take down. Pero kung medyo balabo pa na hindi pwedeng ipabay sa isang tao, pwedeng iakyat sa isang team. Ilan po ba yan? 10 tao? 20 ka tao? 30 ka tao?
Hindi po siya sa numero, Mr. Chair. Kunyari po kailangan pong i-escalate sa mga medyo mas leadership team po. Yung mga medyo meron pong capacity na kapag decide kung medyo komplikado po yung issue. So hindi naman po siya aabot sa 30 katao. Ano po siya, more on a leadership team na maliit lang po, kakaunti lang po, small group lang din po.
Okay, pag ano Mr. Chair, actually, kaya din interesado ako na nandito rin sana ang representatives ng ByteDance na namamahala ng TikTok tsaka ang din Meta on behalf of Facebook. Kasi aside sa YouTube naman, may mga instances din sa ibang mga platforms na may mga content na nandyan na, kumalat na, tapos either nahayaan na nandyan pa din or kung ma-take down, meron ng mga utak na nalaso nung maling nilalaman ng kanilang mga content. Follow up lang Mr. Chair, paano naman kapag ad? So meaning, nandyan ang isang particular video tapos mas marami yung reach niya dahil nagbayad yung kung sino man yung nag-upload. Pag ganun ba, ano ang ine-employ na standards kung nakita na worth it na i-take down yung ganong particular na video? Is it the same sa mga video na hindi ads or hindi nagbayad para ma-upload yung kanilang content?
Kung naiintindihan ko po yung tanong, kung advertisement na po yun, normally iba po yung standards. Meron din po tayong tinatawag na guidelines para po sa mga all advertisements po. So iba rin po yung mag-govern doon. Usually po ito po yung mga talagang commercial ads po talaga, 'di ba? Yung talaga pong merong siyang either pinopromote or binibenta na produkto po talaga. Kung mapapansin niyo po sa amin, hindi po siya yung parang binuboost mo lang po. Talagang nagke-create ka po talaga ng content na talagang intention mo po ay maging advertisement po talaga 'yon.
And remaining questions, Mr. Chair. Aside dun sa mga nire-report ng mga kababayan natin, paano naman kapag may mga content na hindi nire-report, meron din bang sariling inisyatiba ang mga nasa Google para magkaroon ng oversight dun sa mga content? Kasi lalo na sa panahon ngayon na meron talagang mga nag-employ, Mr. Chair, ng troll farms at pwede talaga bumuhos yung kanilang ina-upload na mga videos sa mga platforms. Tapos kahit sabihin pa, nandyan naman yung ating mga kababayan para i-report yan, pero hindi rin ganun ka-capacitated yung mga kababayan natin na lahat ng mga ganong binubuhos na content na naglalaman ng disinformation ay mai-report lahat. Lalo na kung napakarami din ng content na available sa mga platforms na ito, hindi rin natin actually makita lahat, no? Given how algorithms in the online world work na merong tina-target na mga specific demographics, tapos lalo na in the past years, nakita natin, Mr. Chair, yung mga kababayan natin unfortunately ay nabiktima talaga ng ganitong disinformation. Una, nakakonsume sila ng iilang videos lamang, pero dahil yun na yung napaniwalaan nila, ganun na shape yung kanilang perception. So, ibig sabihin na hindi sapat na merong report mechanisms, ano din ba yung proactive na ginagawa? At paano din nag-function yung ganong mekanismo ng Google?
Opo. So si Google po nagpa-publish po ng transparency report on a quarterly basis upang makita po ninyo yung dami, yung uri ng mga reports na tinatanggal. At sabi ko nga po, sa third quarter ng 2024, sa 9.1 million videos na natanggal, 97% po automatic system na po yung nag-remove. Kumbaga po, hindi na-detect na po siya ng teknolohiya upang wala na po makakita, upang mabilis po siya matanggal. So 8.8 million po automatic na na-flag, automatic po natanggal. Yung user reported po, 225,000 lang po, 225,000 which is about 2% po ng natanggal. 2% user reported. And then yung na-report po siya ng organization or government agency, around less than 1%, around 60,000 po. So, kung mapapansin nyo po, karamihan po talaga sa nare-remove sa YouTube ay automatic na po na-detect ng sistema. So, 97% po yung pagdating po sa number of views, sabihin ko lang po, pagdating po sa number of views, 0 views, 59% po. 59% 0 views, 1 to 10 views, 24%, 11 to 100 views, 8%, 101 to 1,000 views, 5%. So karamihan po talaga ay naitatanggal na po natin yung mga violative content na habang mababa pa lang po yung views niya.
Final few points, Mr. Chair, regarding Sunshine Media Network International or SMNI naman, dahil yung mga so-called anchors nito na sina Lorraine Badoy Partosa at saka si Jeffrey Celis, bagamat sa ngayon ay hindi na gumagana bilang isang network using public airwaves, ang SMNI, ay meron pa rin siyang YouTube account na pwedeng meron siyang mga binabalita na pwedeng hindi pa mag-touch doon sa masasabi nating disinformation, pero ito kasi yung mahirap, Mr. Chair, kapag may mga gray area na pwedeng lumulusot, no, yung mga sinasabi ng ganitong mga anchors na actually ay lalagpas na doon sa ano lang yung ina-allow ng bounds ng freedom of expression at ng press freedom. So sa ngayon, edi pa siya ang Kamara before na actually nga ay i-revoke yung franchise, no, ng SMNI. So ang natitira sa SMNI ay yung kanyang mga online accounts. So meron din bang differentiation ang Google Philippines sa pag-monitor sa accounts ng mga ordinaryong kababayan o halimbawa yung mga gusto lamang mag-advertise ng kanilang mga binebentang produkto, ganyan, compared dun sa mga institutions talaga like yung mga nagpo-portray ng sarili bilang media or yung mga nasa government mismo So meron bang ganong pag-categorize? Kasi magkaiba talaga yung bigat kapag merong structured na nilalabas compared sa mga ordinaryong kababayan natin.
Mr. Chair, so ang sagot po dyan, dun sa mga, nabanggit po kanina yung authoritative content. So pag meron po tayong breaking news, yung algorithm po ni YouTube, pa-prioritize po niya yung mga news channels, yung mga authoritative sources po, di ba? So meron po tayong tinatawag na you-raise po yung mga authoritative sources including government channels, media channels. So yung po pagdating sa mga breaking news, balita, health. So yung mga content po ng mga health authorities, nire-raise po natin yan, di ba? Pero pagdating naman po sa enforcement ng community guidelines, pantay-pantay lang po. So pagdating po sa enforcement ng community guidelines, ng advertiser-friendly guidelines, pantay-pantay po yan. So whether individual ka or big media channel, pantay-pantay po yung enforcement ng community guidelines.
So as I wrap up, Mr. Chair, tingin ko doon lang may kailangang pagbutihin talaga dahil while mga tao tayo lahat, pero pagdating sa kung sino yung mas may leverage para magpakalat ng mga ideya, lalo na kung yung ideya ay hindi conducive para sa democratic exchange of ideas at pwedeng magagamit pa nga para talaga manlinlang, magpakalat ng mali, di natin dapat mas may accountability doon sa mga institusyon na pwedeng nagagamit yung mga platform, no, para sa maling mga kaisipan, no? And hindi pwedeng nasa balikat lang ito ng mga government agencies, pero may role din talaga ang mga platforms dito, Mr. Chair. Kaya sana sa darating nating mga hearing, meron ding makaupo talaga from Meta tsaka ByteDance na doon kung tingin ko ay marami ding kumakalat doon talaga ng mga mali. Yun lang, Mr. Chair, for now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Just an interjection sa question, Mr. Chair, if I may. Patanong
With
ko lang,
the indulgence of
with the indulgence of
Honorable
Congressman Paduano.
Akala mo ba?
Hindi, kasi tatanong ko lang, maganda kasi yung punto na kung saan, halimbawa, naglabas ng content na nakapanirang puri, no? And then suddenly the platform takes it down, no? But the damage has been done, di ba? So meron bang sistema ang platform to say that we took it down because of the following reasons? Is there such a thing na ganun technical capability yung platform to say the reason why we took it down is because one, may profanity, number two, fake news, number three, hindi verified or validated yung data, four, it's just it's slanderous or libelous. Meron bang ganung capability?
Mr. Chair, meron po. So, kung pag meron po kayong video na may URL, tapos natanggal po, naka-display naman po doon kung this video has been removed for copyright violation, this video has been removed for
Yeah,
violating
but there's no
community guidelines.
explanation as to why you found it a violative of a copyright law, di ba? Kasi hindi nyo naman in-explain in detail kung bakit But, you know, the damage has been done. Nakapanirang puri na siya So, isn't there a logic? I don't know if this is kasi kayo lang hinandi dito, no? That's the reason why we want to ask you. Meron bang technical capability yung social media platform na, halimbawa, may nag-post ng content, no? I-review muna ng human reviewers nyo and your AI before you post it. Maybe delay mo lang ng few seconds or maybe a few minutes before before i-post or the platform allows the posting of such a content.
So, hindi po siya technically feasible sa dami po ng videos na na-upload every minute po.
Kasi nga, yung volume,
Oh,
not
sa
sheer
volume po
volume.
talaga sa every minute po na nakakalipas thousands of minutes of videos po yung na-upload, 'di ba? So hindi po siya technically feasible on the part of any platform.
Sige, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congressman Paduan.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Paduan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's make it
Chairman.
brief.
In relation to the question being asked by the members, no? Kasi ganito po, social media platform is doing business in the country. Now, before I ask that, no, yung
particular na opinion ng BIR. NTC. NTC ba nandito? NTC.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, good morning
Okay.
po.
Before I give the floor to NTC, Attorney, is Google or any social media platform are public utilities? In your own opinion,
Sa definition po ng batas, hindi po.
sa Public Service Act,
Hindi po.
hindi siya nakalista. Tama.
Mr. Chair, hindi po.
Okay. Now, NTC is social media platform, in this case, Google, Facebook, Meta, etc., are public utilities.
Sir, considering, sir, that they are not also their offices are not situated also in the Philippines, sir, we do not consider them as public
Oh, but
utilities.
they're doing business in the country. Malinaw yon, di ba? Tama?
Doing business po kasi, sir, if I remember po, with regard din po sa BIR po, ang doing business po kasi means that they have an office here in the Philippines, sir.
No, not necessarily because doing business, kahit wala kang opisina, pwede kang kumita dito. Di ba? BIR, di ba? Ganon? Kumikita sila eh. Di ba?
Mr. Chair, for purposes of classification of doing business, it is required that they must have physical presence in the country.
All the more that we have to amend. Di ba? Now, second, tama ka, Tony. Under the Public Service Act, hindi po malinaw na nandun yung social media platform. Ngayon po, Mr. Chairman, all the more that we have to amend that. Because in order for us to regulate such, that should fall under the public utilities. Kasi napakahirap po eh. For example, NTC. NTC, hindi nyo rin sila pwede regulate. Of course, KBP, before your member has to air, they have to apply for a frequency, di ba? Then you regulate if they're members of such registration, for example, is a member of the KBP, tama, di ba? But of course, the regulatory power to issue a frequency is with the NTC, tama?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, siguro dapat lang din po na we should amend the Public Service Act because a social media platform, in this case, Google, YouTube, and all other social media platforms are not included in the list of all public utilities under the Public Service Act. Kasi how can you regulate something which is not covered by a law? Except siguro sa BIR kung kaya. Diba? Kasi nagre-negosyo eh. Kumikita kayo dito. Diba? Attorney, I think it's just fair. Diba? Dapat bumayad kayo ng buwis. And also those content creator na pumapasok sa inyo, they have to pay taxes. Diba? And may coordination ba kayo with the local BIR or the BIR Central doon sa mga list of content creators? Wala.
Mr. Chair, klaruhin ko lang po. May mga regulations naman po sa Pilipinas that govern the social media platforms. For example po, yung kakapasan nyo lang po na VAT on digital platforms. Covered po doon ang YouTube, covered din po yung ibang platforms. So, for example po, yung batas po na VAT on digital platforms, covered po yung mga kahit non-resident po na mga digital platforms. So, doon po, pagdating po sa pag nag-impose na po si BIR nung regulation na yon, magko-comply po yung mga digital platforms. Another example po, yung bagong pasa nyo lang po na Internet Transactions Act. So, yung Internet Transactions Act na pasa po, I think 2023, covered din po kami doon. Covered din po ang YouTube, covered din po yung mga online platforms under that regulation. So, meron pong mga regulation po na nag-govern ng mga platforms kahit po non-resident po.
Oh, yun pala BIR. BIR. Do you confirm the statement coming from Attorney Gonzales?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, what have you done?
Mr. Chair, considering that some entities are non-foreign and does not have any physical presence here, we, as per the tax code, they are liable for taxes insofar as all income derived here in the Philippines. So, however,
since there are challenges insofar as collecting such taxes, considering they do not have any physical presence here, under existing rules and regulations, the income payers or those who, yung mga nagbabayad po sa kanila who are here in the Philippines should withhold the corresponding taxes before
No,
they pay them.
sorry, to cut you short. But in the case of Google, they confirm that they have an office in the country. Are they paying taxes? Attorney, did you confirm? Are you paying taxes
Mr. Chair, we pay all legally required taxes, Mr. Chair.
based on your income?
Based on the activities of the entity po.
Yung mga ads,
So hindi po 'yan sa Google Philippines, Mr. Chair. Hindi po 'yan sa
doon na
Google
mismo
Philippines.
sa company?
Doon po sa mother company po 'yan. Kumbaga hindi po sa Google, sir, hindi po sa Google Philippines. Yung Google Philippines po, wala po kaming hindi po kami si Google Philippines does not own nor operate the platform po. Nandoon po sa US po yung mother company. So kung ano po yung legally required sa Google Philippines ay binabayaran po ni Google Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, Mr. Chairman, we should also consider this now. We should ask the services or the help of the legal department with regards to this, Mr. Chairman, so that we can legislate laws that will really regulate such, no? Ito pinag-usapan natin. Lastly na lang, attorney, for example, I content creator na nag-post siya, then it was taken down. What are the penalties in your end? May mga penal provision ba yung regulations niyo?
Opo. So una po pwede pong yung unang-una po level is natanggal po yung content, na-remove po yung content, 'di ba? So yun po yung isang parang basic level po. Pero according po sa monetization policies ni YouTube, pwede pong ma-withhold, adjust, charge back or offset earnings or payment. Pwede pong ma-limit yung ad revenue sa mga videos. Pwede pong ma-suspend yung channel from the YouTube Partnership Program. At ang pinaka-penalty po na pinaka-mataas na level po ay suspend or terminate yung YouTube channel mismo.
Okay. Now, in the case of YouTube, mayroon na ba kayo na penalize, na suspend or na terminate?
Meron naman po. Meron po.
Can you give us the list? Yung listahan po ng mga content creator na na-suspend you or na terminate yung contract.
Hindi po yata naglalabas ng ganyan. So ang
Ay,
ilalabas
hindi
po
po.
ni YouTube po yung transparency report po na
Hindi po, sabi mo kasi kanina, when I ask you, you said that may policy kayo to suspend, di ba? Or to terminate. Now, tinanong kita, sabi mo may na-suspend na kami na terminate. Can you give us the list of all those content creator? Kasi po, in relation to the question being asked by Congressman Raul, for example, yung Celis, di ba nawalang isiminay? Ngayon may sariling account siya, nandun sa YouTube. Yung specific example, yung pag i-check mo, ang daming mga ano dun, mga statements coming from mismo kay Celis na derogatory. At tuloy-tuloy yun. Wala may isa mang na take down dun. Do you want me to show you?
so hindi po ako maka-comment on individual pieces
No,
of
that's
content.
why we're talking is here of individual nga eh. Now, we ask you to submit to us all those has been suspended or terminated. Kasi may harap tayo mag-usap dito na sinasabi nyo palitsi kayo, tapos may na-suspend kayo, tapos hindi namin alam. Now, cite an example that was cited also by Congressman Raul. Yung kay Celis, you check all the records. Ang daming derogatory statements siya na ang YouTube has done nothing on those derogatory statements from Celis. Now you're telling us na may regulation na, you implement those regulations? I think may problema kayo, attorney. Tapos sinabi mo, may na-suspend, may na-terminate, or are those suspended, or are those terminated? Hindi nyo maibigay? Attorney?
Mr. Chair, so si YouTube po naglalabas po ng quarterly transparency report. So banggitin ko lang po, yung Pilipinas po dito sa third quarter ng 2024, yung Pilipinas po, number 8 sa dami ng videos na natanggal. Ang numero po nakalagay dito, 181,841. So
Yun na nga eh. Pakisubmit ka, pati yung mga creators, content creators, kung sino-sino yon. Kasi we have to check, we have to follow. Kasi sinabi mo kanina may mga regulation kayo din, we will check. Di ba? Kaya namin i-check yun. Kung totoo nga. Sabi mo nga, 100, magkano, ilan ba yan? 181,000? But I never heard na may mga nasuspend or na-terminate na contract. And in the case of Celes, as mentioned also by Congressman Raul, malinaw po. One example lang yun, ang dami pa. Kaya nga inibitahan sila dito for them to answer. Now, ito ngayon, nandito kayo ngayon, you're telling us na may na-suspend, may na-terminate, pero hindi nyo maibigay. Siguro naman po, before the next hearing, dapat magpadala kayo dito ng report. Mr. Chairman, may I move that to direct Google through Attorney Gonzales to submit to this committee all those lists being required by this representation, Mr. Chairman, so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Now, may I ask,
Mr. Chairman, last na lang po sa BIR. BIR, please also submit to this committee all those social platform content creator that has paid.
We will do, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
before we proceed further, please allow the chair to recognize the online presence of the Honorable Albert S. Garcia and the Honorable David J.J. Suarez. Welcome po kayo. Attorney Gonzales, do you have a legal basis why you cannot submit the report as required?
Based on what I've seen po, we can endorse it to the legal team po for them to review the request. So kung meron pong letter from Congress, we can endorse it to the legal team po.
So,
Hindi po ako legal.
you have been directed by this committee to submit such report. And if you have any reason, legal reason why, then you should explain that. Okay? And you should know the consequences of not obeying the order of this committee. Thank you, Attorney.
Mr.
Your
Chairman, just, Mr. Chairman, interjection nandun sa statement ni Attorney, yung sa legal. Attorney, this is an open hearing. Now, we don't need to submit or send you a letter requesting for that document because you are being directed. Now, the answer to you by the chairman is that if you have legal question, your legal question, you submit to the next hearing and we will see if indeed there is an illegal impediment with regards to the request or direction being made by this committee to you. Not the other way around. I hope you understand, Attorney, you're a lawyer.
Loud and clear, Attorney. Thank you. The Honorable Marcoleta is now recognized. Your turn.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chairman. Sa YouTube, sabi po ninyo kanina, lahat ng election misinformation, katulad po ng mga contents that might negatively impact free and fair democratic elections, ay tinatanggal po ninyo, sir. Tama po.
Mr. Chair, certain types of election misinformation po, Mr. Chair.
Kasi po ngayon, actual po yung nangyayari sa akin. Ako'y binabas po ng, hindi naman po masyadong marami. Ngunit dahil nga po dun sa pagkakasabi ko na there is no such thing as West Philippine Sea, meron pong isang Commodore na tumawag sa akin na traitor. Do you understand, Attorney, the word traitor?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun ba ay shocking? Yun ba ay incendiary? Yun ba ay demeaning or inappropriate language for a member of Congress like me?
Mr. Chair, I don't know the full context of the statement, so I'm unable to provide a comment on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's give the context. Nung po kasing nakaraang hearing, ang nag-suggest po na i-educate po natin ang ating mamamayan sa mga nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea. Ito po ay pinasimulan po ng CICC. Siya po yung executive director po ang nagsabi na kung ang pag-uusapan po yung complexities surrounding this troubled sea, ay kailangan po nating ma-educate, ma-impormahan lahat ng ating mamamayan. Yun po ay sinabi niya sa liwanag ng maraming misinformation, marami pong mga deepfakes, mga fake news. Tama naman po siya sapagkat sabi nga niya, only an informed citizen can repel a fake news. Ako po, sinuportahan ko yung pangungusap na yun sapagkat kailangan lang. Sapagkat hindi naman po pwedeng pag-usapan po natin ang West Philippines Sea ng tayo-tayo lang. Sapagkat marami rin pong claimants kasi na pinag-uusapan dyan sa bahagyang yan ng ating mundo. So, gusto kong pasimulan po yung public discourse nung sinabi kong there is no such thing as West Philippine Sea. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, if we involve the international community, hindi po nila makita sa mapa yung West Philippine Sea. Hanggat hindi po kasi natin na ipatatala ito sa pandaigdigang patalaan ng mga dagat, magtataka po yung mga bansang nasa Europa halimbawa. I-google nila o gagamitin pa nila yung mga platapormang ginagamit po, YouTube, Facebook, hindi po nila makikita sapagkat anyone that Googles that particular area of our world, ang nakasulat lang po doon ay South China Sea. Hindi po naman nangangahulugan na pag sinabi natin South China Sea, pag-aari na ng China yon. In the same manner, Mr. Chair, yung Indian Ocean, hindi po pag-aari ng India yon. Yung Gulf of Mexico, Mr. Chair, hindi rin pag-aari ng Mexico. Ang ibig sabihin, gusto po nating iklaro lahat sapagkat ayaw nating payagan na magkakaroon ng misconception, miscommunication. Ang West Philippines Sea tayo po ang kumilalang. Tayo lamang po. Kung tayo lang naman po rito at wala na po tayong kasamang ibang bansa, okay na po sana yon. Hindi po pwede yung ganun sapagkat lalo na ngayon, pinag-uusapan nga po yung panig ng mundo na yan, ayaw nating masabi man lang ng ibang bansa, ano ba yung pinagkakaguluhan dito? Bakit hindi namin makita yung West Philippines Sea? Kasi hindi nga po nakatala. Ang patalaan po, Mr. Chair, yung tinatawag lang International Hydrographic Organization. Ngayon po yung isang Commodore, tinawag po niya ako na traitor. Nang hindi po niya tiningnan yung konteksto ng pinag-uusapan. Bakit po hindi nyo ipaliwanag sa buong mundo na pinatatala na natin yung West Philippine Sea pero hindi natin maitala-tala. Matagal na pong panahon na pilit nating ipatala, hindi pa po na ipatatala. Kaya sa ngayon, hindi po nire-recognize. Tayo lamang po yon. Mr. Chair, yun pong sinasabi nating West Philippine Sea, ito po yung bahagi ng ating exclusive economic zone. Atin po yun, for the record, kinakailangan pong malaman ng lahat. Atin po yun, kahit anong mangyari, we will fight anybody to the last drop of our blood. Atin yun, yun ang ating exclusive economic zone. May pangalan o walang pangalan, atin yun. Pero yung isang Commodore na masyadong emotional, tinawag niya akong traitor, Mr. Chair, nang hindi po niya naiintindihan ang pinanggalingan ng pinag-uusapan dito. Pwede po ba tayong gumawa ng kalye, tayo-tayo lang, nang hindi natin ipatata sa barangay o kaya sa munisipyo? Pagkat pumunta ron si Honorable Barber Seme, sakay ng isang tricycle. At iwi-wish niya yun. Sapagkat ang gumawa lang doon si Congressman Paduan o sarili niya lang, hindi niya makikita yun, maliligaw yung tao. Yun ang ibig ko po sabihin. Ilagay po natin sa konteksto ng pangmundong pag-uusap ito. Hindi po tayo nag-iisang bansa lang sa daigdig. Yun po yung ibig ko sabihin. Ngayon, kung mag-google po, o kung magbablog po yung mga ibang mga tao at ipipilit nila na si Congressman Marcoleta, maka-China pala ito. Mr. Representative po ng YouTube. Kasi pag tinignan niyo po yung YouTube, lilitaw yan. Marcoleta pro-China. Paano po ninyo ipaliliwanag sa tao na hindi po ako pro-China? Ngayon po lumalabas, pag tinignan niyo po yung YouTube, lalabas po doon na, ewan ko sino po yung gumawa niya, pero maliwanag na talagang election misinformation, Mr. Chair. Lahat kanya ng kandidatong senador ni PRRD ay financially supported by China. Nandyan po ngayon sa YouTube. Lahat po niyan siguro nakikita nyo na. Paano po ito, hindi po niyo ite-take down itong mga contents na ito, sir?
So kung meron pong magre-report nung content, i-assess po yung content against sa mga polisiya po. At,
Makikita po ninyo doon, sir, na I was called a traitor at yung statement ko raw is a disservice to the nation. It came from no less than the spokesman of the Philippine Coast Guard. I believe he is here. May I request, Mr. Chair, that the Commodore sit in front or near us because there is still a vacant seat here between the Honorable Franz Castro and Yusek Nicolas Felix. Could you please occupy this seat, sir?
Yes, kindly accede to the request of the Honorable Marcoleta.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
And thank you for acceding to my request, Mr. Commodore. You just called me a traitor, sir. Nasa Facebook po, nasa social media.
Mr. Chair, with your permission.
Butit inulit mo, Commodore. Bago ka sumagot doon sa tanong niyang Juan, patapusin mo muna yung legislator and then you wait until you are recognized by the chair, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Please proceed.
You said that you did not say that I am a traitor, but it is in the social media. Did you take an effort to clarify that so that you could not mislead people because they might believe that you have said that? It is only now that you are disowning this statement. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. To the Honorable Marcoleta, sir. Let's put it on record. I did not use the word traitor in describing your statement that the West Philippine Sea ay kathang-isip lamang po. Let me read my post on X. I stand by the statement of President Bongbong Marcos when he said ang West Philippine Sea ay hindi kathang-isip natin lamang. Ito ay atin, ito ay mananatiling atin hanggang nag-aalab ang diwa ng ating minamahal na bansang Pilipinas. hearing someone claim that the West Philippine Sea is merely a fabrication of the Philippine government is a disservice and an embarrassment to their entire party, the organization he belonged to, and even their own family. How can the one face the younger generations today and tell them that our exclusive economic zone to the west of our archipelago is non-existent, effectively giving up the fight to assert their rights as Filipinos in the West Philippine Sea?
Mr. Chair, sinabi ko ba na katang-isip ng West Philippine Sea?
I cannot recall, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, kasi ang salita mo dyan, merong nagsabing katang-isip. Sinabi ko ba na katang-isip ang West Philippine Sea?
I said I stand by the statement of the President. I did not mention you said it, sir.
Meron kang katang-isip na sinabi dyan eh. To whom are you referring that?
No, sir. The katang-isip phrase was the President's statement during his SONA. I just merely restated the statement of President Bongbong Marcos
Kaya nga,
when he
you are now,
delivered it to SONA.
kaya mo lang nilabas yan after I said that there is no such thing as West Philippine Sea. But that is in context of the fact that it is not yet registered in the International Hydrographic Organization. Alam mo, Commodore, ang procedure. Tama.
Mr. Chair,
No, you have to answer, Mr. Chair. Alam
Yes,
mo
sir.
yung procedure kung paano maitatala, kung paano natin papangalanan ang isang karagatan na tayo ang may-ari. You know the procedures, right?
with respect to the 19th Congress who passed
You
the
have
Republic
to
Act
answer my question,
12064,
Mr. Chair.
the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, sir, the West.
Kindly repeat your question.
You know, Commodore, the procedures on how we can register the name of a maritime area that we control or that we believe it is ours. You know the procedures on how
Yes,
to
sir.
register. Okay. So, ano na po ba, nakarehistro na po ba, nairehistro na po ba natin yung West Philippine Sea?
Sir, with regard to your question, there must be a legislation and then submit it to the international.
Oo nga, meron na po
Hydrographic
tayong
Organization.
legislation.
Yes,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, nagagawa na po yung Congress. Kailangan po talaga yon.
Yes, sir.
Nagpasimula tayo sa administrative order pero kulang yon. Kaya nga po ang Congress gumawa para tulungan po kayo. Okay, sa ngayon po, sa tagal na po ng proseso, yun po yung dapat ninyong palaging gagawin. Kailangan lahat ng lakas natin gamitin, maparehistro po natin. Pero ngayon, hindi pa nakarehistro. Tama po.
Again, sir, answer your question. It
Please.
steps by step.
Commodore, sandali.
Yes, sir.
Please answer the question directly. The question calls for a yes or no.
No, sir. If it's in IHO, yes, through legislation.
Sinasabi ko yung IHO because this is the only world body that officially names a particular area of the sea. Kaya sa konteksto po ng pinag-uusapan natin, kaya ko lang nasabi, sapagkat hindi pa po nakatala, we need the international community to recognize a part of our own. Yun lang po ang punto doon, Mr. Commodore. So kung hindi pa po nakatala, tama po ako, hindi ba?
No, sir.
You are inconsistent.
No, sir. I did not say that you're correct. I will not agree that you are correct. West Philippine Sea is our exclusive economic zone.
Mr. Chair, wala tayong dispute that. Sinasabi ko na nga sa iyo, yung sinasabi nating West Philippine Sea is our own exclusive economic zone. This is ours. You and I should fight for it until the last drop of our blood. Ang sinasabi natin dito, kagaya ng nire-request ng CICC, let us educate our people sapagkat ang alam ng mga tao, lahat tayo, ang alam natin, nakarehistro na. Ang sinasabi ko, hindi pa po nakarehistro. Ikaw ba pwede kang mag-enroll sa isang eskwela nang hindi ka nag-register, nang hindi ka nag-enroll? You answer my question.
Of course, sir, there is a
Kaya nga eh.
legislation.
Kaya hindi pa nakarehistro, Mr. Chair. This is the only point. Let us not create a mountain out of molehill. Bigla mong sasabihin, in response to what I said, tathang isip o blah 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 at lumabas sa traitor. Hindi ka man lang gumawa ng effort, for example, na I did not say that. Ngayon mo lang sinasabi. But people are bashing me. I am pro-China. When is the last time or the first time that I am pro-China?
Again, Mr. Chair, I never said that you are a traitor. That is clearly posted on my Twitter
Pero
account.
hindi ka po nagbigay ng paliwanag na sinabi mo sana doon sa social media din. Bakit nyo ina-ascribe sa akin na sinabi ko na traitor si Kong Marcoleta? I did not say that. It is only now that you are explaining na wala kang sinabi. But kumalat na sa social media, kaya nga tayo nandito. These are the excesses and the abusiveness of social media, Mr. Chair. Nangyari na. Kahit na ilang libong mag-explain ka dito, yung tao narinig na nila na ikaw ang nagsabi because meron ka pang litrato doon eh.
Mr. Chair,
No.
nobody has ever asked me whether you are a traitor. This was only the first time that I was asked whether you are a traitor or not.
You are not even aware na sa social media sumabog yun. Nandun yung litrato mo and they claim that I am a traitor. Ngayon ka lang nagpapaliwanag that I am not a traitor. Pero nangyari na yon.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that I'm under in any obligation to respond to all those social
Okay,
media
Mr.
posts
Chair.
by bloggers,
Now,
social media influencers to tell them that
Mr.
they're
Chair.
wrong.
Siya muna.
Sabi niya wala siyang obligation.
Finish your statement.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Honorable Marcoleta, sir, I think I'm no under obligation to tell all the social media influencers, to bloggers, defend your name, tell them that you are not a traitor. Again, I did not mention that you are a traitor. Those words did not come from me. Why would I go to the extent of defending you and you are running for Senate? I might as well be interpreted as supporting somebody for public office.
Mr. Chair, clarifying something that is wrong is
Have
not
the floor,
political.
please.
Thank you, sir.
Commodore, tinatanong lang ni Honorable Marco Rex that merong lumabas kang statement. Siguro, binigyan ng interpretation ng ibang bloggers at nasabi na traitor si Honorable Marcoleta. Ang tinatanong niya is, unang-una, alam mo ba ito na gano'n ang nangyari? Would you know?
No, sir, because when it became a social media popular post, I was not here in the country. I was actually in the official business outside.
So when did you come to know about this?
I only came to know about it when Congressman Marcoleta called me Gago and Mangmang in one of his interviews.
So when was that?
During his interview last February 10, huwag tayong magpagago at magpaka-ignorante katulad ng Commodore na yan.
So, at that point in time, ang tinatanong kanina ni Honorable Marcoleta na merong misinterpretation doon sa iyong statement sa social media.
Yes, sir.
And you did not bother na i-correct man lang yun. Yun ang dinadrive ni Honorable Marcoleta kanina pa.
Yes, sir.
So, please answer that question. You did not do anything.
I did not do anything, sir.
Okay.
Why? Why did you not do anything?
It's because, sir, if I'm going to keep on defending because one...
No.
Yeah.
You are not supposed
Yes.
to defend me.
Yes, sir. Because
If
as I
it is
said,
true, Mr. Chair, that he did not call me traitor, but it continues to be there and to be consumed by the public through the social media. I think it is his responsibility to deny it if it did not come from him. That is all I was asking. And I think this is not too big for him to do. Yun lamang eh.
But he admitted that he did not do anything.
Yun na nga, that's why I'm asking why is it not important to you to correct something that did not originate from you?
It's because, Mr. Chair, the only time I learned about that was when I heard about your interview calling me Gago and Mangmang. Why would I even defend you if you're calling me Gago? As a commissioned officer of the Philippine Coast Guard, being a spokesperson, calling me Mangmang, not knowing what I'm saying.
But actually, if you will read that context,
How would I even
the
defend
act
you?
of doing it
Sandali,
is the
sandali.
one that is
Papasukin mo
gago,
muna
di
siya.
ba? Yung ganun, not necessarily the person eh. Eh sabi ko nga sa'yo, kung kinorek mo man lamang yun, because it continue to be there in the social media, Mr. Chair, yun ang sama sapagkat people, hindi ko naman sinabi talaga yun. Mamamatay siya because it came from you. Pero pag hindi mo sinabi at you continue to be silent, akala ng tao, sinabi mo. So that is the problem, Mr. Chair. And I think we are hearing this in order to correct the misconception and misinformation because it continues to spread. If you get the point, Commodore, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, again sir, kung bakit ko po hindi binawi ay dahil nalaman ko lamang po itong balita na ito na nag-spread siya nung nagpa-interview po kayo na ginagago niyo po ako. As a human being, how would I defend somebody na ginagago po ako sa public interview?
Mr. Chair, kung titingnan mo yung konteksto ng pagkakasalitaan, hindi ikaw ang ginagago. Ikaw ang ginagago. Ang sinasabi ko rito, let us defend our own nang hindi tayo nagiging gago o kaya nagiging emotional. It's actually hindi sa tao eh, kung hindi yung act na halimbawa wala tayong ginawa o kaya sinabi natin. Kasi nagmumula ako, Mr. Chair, sa pagkakasabi na hindi man lang tiningnang mabuti saan ba nang galing itong narrative. Ngayon, i-explain ko nga sa iyo, Commodore, ito'y nangyari doon sa pinagsimulan na dapat nating i-educate ang ating mga kababayan. Yun ang pinagmulan nun. So it is not disservice. I do not deserve to be called a traitor just like that. Kasi ang gusto kong mangyari, lumitaw na mainformahan natin ng tao na sa ngayon hindi pa talaga naitatala officially yung West Philippine Sea para malaman ng tao. At yun ang kailangan natin gawin. Pagsikapan natin, pagsakitan natin, ipatala natin, Mr. Chair. Because pag napatala na natin yun at ginugol nila, talaga palang merong West Philippine Sea. Hindi lamang dahil sa nandun, gumawa na tayo ng batas. Because, Mr. Chair, that is preparatory para maipatala na nga natin eh. Kaya lang natatagalan talaga. Ganun siguro yung proseso. So yung pong mga ibang vloggers, Commodore, hindi nila ma-recognize. Kaya example ko kanina, ginugoogle, wine-waste ni Congressman Barbers, yung kalye na gawa lang ni Congressman Paduano, hindi po niya makita. So nagkakaroon ng confusion. The tendency to be misinformed proceeds from the fact na hindi pa talaga na ipatala, sir. That's the only point. Mr. Chair, ngayon, kung babalik po sa Google, Mr. YouTube, ito kumakalat, lumalakad, but you're not doing anything to control this. So ang daming, ngayon nagbabas sila sa akin, si Marcoleta, pro-China. Ngayon, may lumitaw na naman through your platform. Lahat po ng senador na kagrupo ni ganito, lahat po sila ay pinopondohan po ng China. Nandito ngayon. I will show it to you before you leave, sir, na lumilitaw na naman dito. So kasama po ako doon sa grupo na yon na pinipinance ng China. Ganun po eh. So it becomes now an election misinformation that will impact on the credibility of the election. Maaaring mamislead po na naman ang mga tao. Yun po yung ating gustong ayusin. Yung misconception and misinformation. Lumitaw lamang po kasi sa kawalan ng information na hindi pa po natin naipatala, Commodore. Hindi pa nakatala talaga officially. Tayo-tayo po, walang problema eh. Kung tayo-tayo lang. Sapagkat yung bahagi na yun ng ating karagatan, may pangalan man yan o wala. Sabi ko nga sa iyo kanina, tayong dalawa ilaban natin yun hanggang sa huling patak ng ating dugo. Atin yun at walang makakapagpabago nun. Ang problema, nagkakagulo tayo because of that misconception. Walang masamang tinapay doon, Mr. Chair. I want to explain that. Ngayon, ako nagpapasalamat ako sa iyo at sinabi mo ngayon at naliwanagan na hindi mo pala sinabi yung I am a traitor. So salamat kahit nahuli. Sabi nga natin, Mr. Chair, huli man daw at magaling, nayahabol din. Kaya lang ang problema ko ngayon, Mr. Chair, yun pong kumakalat na akala nila sinabi mo. At lumaki nga, sapagkat siguro, dahil medyo nasaktan naman ako, nakapagsalita ako ng wag nating depensa ng sariling atin na magiging emotional tayo o kaya nagpapakagago tayo. So, kaya lumaki ng lumaki dahil lamang doon. But the context, Mr. Chair, the context is gusto nating huwag gamitin ang misconception or misinformation, lalo na ng mga vloggers, sa lahat po ng bahagi o aspeto ng ating buhay. Ang West Philippine Sea ay atin, Commodore.
Yes.
Because this is the exclusive economic zone of the country. And there is no changing that fact. Kahit anong magbali-baligtarin natin ang mundo natin, atin ito. Kaya lang ipatala po natin yung pangalan para po hindi gamitin sa misinformation. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Well, I think we have seen one of the ill effects of misinformation. I think everybody will agree to that. That is one of the ill effects of fake news or misinformation. Would you agree? Yes. So next time, kasi hindi ako nagbabasa kasi ng mga ganyan eh. Para hindi ako apektado. Yan ang ko. Yes, Madam Tikia.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to, with the indulgence of the chair and the members, I also take exception to what the Commodore has labeled me as being makapili. In my testimony the first time, I said I am not pro-China, I am pro-Philippines, but I'm not makapili. He labeled several people as being makapili, and ako po'y apo ng isang guerrilla. So I took offense on that and I stopped following him. Ang nangyayari ho kasi reverse ngayon eh. Pag ang tao nasa gobyerno, nililabel ka as being makapili, just like that. And you know the reason, Mr. Chairman, why he called me makapili? I had an interview with a Chinese journalist. That doesn't make me makapili. That doesn't make anyone makapili. So, wag sana po natin dadalhin yung usapan sa kune-question yung katauhan ng tao. That's why I never followed him. I used to follow him. I used to question him. But after labeling me as makapili, na hindi po, alam ng karamihan ng kaibigan ko, nag-decide na sana ako sa ibang bansa, pero umuwi ako. Pero for man in uniform to call me makapili, that's insulting. Yun lang, sir.
Any statement, Commodore?
Yes, sir. The Global Times is the known propagandist of the Chinese government. If you're going to look at those personalities na in-interview ng Global Times, you're going to doubt what is the objective, why such personalities are being interviewed. If you're going to look at the posts of those people who were interviewed and who gave comments about our fight in the West Philippine Sea, I think that's where I'm getting that kind of assertion. Again, this is just an opinion, but those opinion is guarded on what I have seen so far in their social media posting about how they reacted on our responses in the West Philippine Sea, about how they downplayed the level of aggression that the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine Coast Guard is experiencing in the West Philippine Sea, not to mention the abuses of the Chinese Coast Guard against the Filipino fishermen in Bajo de Masinloc. I am not labeling anybody as makapili unless you're going to support and toe the line for our fight in the West Philippine Sea. Ang laban po natin sa West Philippine Sea requires amplification of truth and factual narrative. Let us not distort the messaging of the Philippine government. Ang laban po ng West Philippine Sea, hindi lamang po ito laban ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Laban po nating lahat ito bilang Pilipino.
I agree with you. But that doesn't give you the right to label people unless you have concrete pieces of evidence. When you label people wrongly, they're committing a crime. Would you agree with that, Commodore?
Yes, sir. I definitely agree. And that's why I'm looking into my social media whether I clearly identified Miss Maluti Kia as a makipili.
Sir, you tagged me. That's why I stopped following you. And that was, sir, Mr. Chairman, that is one interview. I received invites for interviews, whether political, whether campaigns, and that is one. How can you label me without knowing me first? That's my point. Being makapiling in your time and the time of my grandfather and this time, it's something that we hold dear. We do not want to be labeled makapili. But he readily labeled me with one interview. That doesn't define me. That doesn't define my belief in the Philippines and on South China Sea. At Commodore, ang laban ho sa South China Sea, nagsimula pa yan nung unang-una pa.
Mr. Chairman,
hindi
point
lang
of order, Mr. Chairman.
Sandali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Kaya nga po, nagkakaroon ng hearing na ganito dahil nagiging problema na natin yung fake news Otherwise, this issue would not reach Congress. Ako nga, to tell you frankly, yung mga anak ko ang nagsabi sa akin, smile at nakipagkamayan lang ako kay Honorable Franz Castro. Nililabel na ako na friendly with the left. O nag-I5. Anak ko ang nagsabi no dahil hindi ako nagbabasa ng ganyan Sayang lang yung oras. Kasi I need to discern whether the news presented there are true or not. And that would need time for me to discern or to find out, to validate whether it's true or not. So, never mind. It's just a waste of time. Yun ang aking paningin dyan. That's why I'm not affected kung ano man ang sinasabi. Kaya nangingiti na lang ako pag naiinis si Honorable Marcoleta pag sinasabi na traitor siya. Anyway, Honorable...
Chairman, just I will not anymore raise a point of order, but this is just a reminder to all the members, to all the resource persons. In the hearing, any hearing, we do not allow that exchanges of Mr. Chairman, exchanges of accusation against from one resource person to another. We have a different venue for that. And with due respect to Ma'am Malu, Ma'am, sorry po kasi ganito yung rules natin, no? It's between the good Commodore and of course the issue raised by Congressman Marcoleta. Now, we should not attack resource person to that question and attack statements coming from the resource person mismo. Thank you po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you po.
Thank you. Before I give the floor back to the Honorable Marcoleta, let me recognize the presence online of the Honorable Maria Rachel J. Arenas. Magandang hapon po. Yes, Honorable Marcoleta, please proceed.
Colonel, did
Commodore.
okay. Commodore, you graduated from the Philippine Military Academy?
No, sir. I'm 3 weeks short of my graduation.
Would you like to say, or you would like to explain why you did not succeed in graduating from that great military academy?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As what the chairman, General Acob, knows, we have the honor code among the Cadet Corps Armed Forces of the Philippines. I was charged of cheating with other 7 of my classmates, and it was a gentleman's agreement. If you violate the honor code, you formally file your resignation, and then you just leave, sign the clearance, and get out of the Philippine Military Academy. And that's 3 weeks before my graduation, sir. I never insisted because I respect the honor code.
But did you violate the honor code?
Yes, sir, we did. That's why I resigned for the good of the service.
Okay, but that's not my question. We need to defend our exclusive economic zone with all our might and with all our life, because it is ours. Hindi lamang yung EEZ, merong continental shelf, territorial sea and all this. These are maritime rights, which even the UN Convention of the Law recognizes. We had an award, yung arbitral award between the Philippines and China, and the subject matter is the South China Sea. You know that, I'm
Yes, sir.
sure. In that particular award, the tribunal ruled that the Scarborough Shoal is a traditional fishing ground.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you studied that. Traditional fishing ground proceeds from the traditional fishing rights, or TFR, which is a private right fully recognized under public international law.
Yes, sir.
You agree?
Traditional fishing ground.
And in that award, the tribunal said, well, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, and the Filipinos can freely fish in that area because it is a traditional fishing ground. Mr. Chair, I think the good Commodore and the rest of the agency that is bound to protect our fishermen could have started along that line. Because a traditional fishing right is a private vested right. It does not concern territory. Sa aking palagay, Mr. Chair, mas maging magandang simula yun. Let's talk to China. And I believe China will recognize the traditional fishing right. Because in the year 2000, I will remember that they had an agreement with Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. If you will study that. Nagkaroon sila ng agreement, and they divided that fishing ground among themselves. Something that we can also do para hindi tayo nagkakaroon ng girian. Pinag-uusapan lang naman dyan are the living resources in this particular area. Bakit hindi po natin binibigyan ng emphasis? Why don't we initiate something positive along that line? We had the tribunal ruling. Sabi niya, it is a traditional fishing ground. Bakit hindi natin sila kausapin on that basis? Marami tayong jurisprudence, international jurisprudence. In 1974, pag-aralan po ninyo, Mr. Chair, yung mga maritime cases that was ruled by the tribunal. Yung case ng Federal Republic of Germany against parang Holland, and also Great Britain against Holland. Yung alam po ninyo, yung ruling is the same. Kahit siya yung merong reference do sa sea na yon, it cannot exclude the rights of the other coastal areas to fish sapagkat they invoke the traditional fishing right. I am asking, Mr. Chair, why no initiative has been taken along that line?
Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. To Honorable Marcoleta, it's beyond my pay grade to explain why our strategy is not in alignment with that fishery agreement in Bajo de Masinloc. And it's also worth mentioning that the Philippine Maritime Zones Act highlighted that Bajo de Masinloc and its territorial seas, we have sovereignty and sovereign rights over these waters. So on our level, in the Philippine Coast Guard, we cannot go against to the enacted law of the Congress, much more to the national security and foreign policy direction of the President.
I am not saying that it is within your pay grade to discuss it with Republic of China. What I'm saying is maybe because you are a member of the Philippine Coast Guard, you could have talked to the other agencies of government higher than you that we could be initiating this along this line because we can take advantage of that particular tribunal's decision. Hindi ba? Pwede naman natin gamitin yun eh. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, ang daming cases, maritime cases, disputes ruled by the same tribunal. Oh, ito. Gamitin natin because they are all involved traditional fishing rights. Eh, yung arbitral award natin, eh, sinabi nga that the Scarborough Shoal is a traditional fishing ground. So sinasabi ko lang, pwede tayong mag-initiate along this line because we are backed up by the award. And another, Mr. Chair, have you read the entirety of the UNCLOS?
Not the entirety, sir. I won't pretend that I have, even if I read, I'm not a lawyer. I have a PhD in international relations, but I'm not a legal person. So I won't claim that I fully comprehended the contents of the
Understood.
entire UNCLOS.
Understood. Okay, so what about the aspect of that particular UNCLOS document that relates to the particular maritime area that is now called South China Sea? The South China Sea is a semi-enclosed sea. Did you find in the UNCLOS the significance of a semi-enclosed sea? I think it is under Article 123 of the UNCLOS. Kung tinatanong ko lang, sir, kung nabasa mo lang.
Mr. Chair, I'm not the proper resource person to respond to this kind of question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I am raising that particular issue because if the most responsible agency will look at it, there is a connection on how we should approach the entire problem because the entire South China Sea is a troubled sea. Kaya dapat inaaral natin, saan kaya tayo magsisimula? Ano kaya ang magiging basihan sana natin to approach this issue? Because if you will look into the definition of a semi-enclosed sea, which is under Article 123, makikita natin doon, Mr. Chair, na yung palang mga coastal states, kasi tingnan po ninyo, imagine it, on the north, nandun po yung China, on the east, nandyan ang Philippines, on the west, nandyan ang Vietnam, southern part, nandyan ang Malaysia. Kaya, at meron din Taiwan on the north. Kaya tinawag po siya sa UNCLOS, Mr. Chair, na semi-enclosed sea. What is the significance of the semi-enclosed sea? Sinasabi po ron, pagka po yung body of water is a semi-enclosed sea, lahat po ng coastal states has the responsibility to coordinate, to cooperate in the exploration, the research, development of that area. We can utilize that as the cornerstone of our defense na. Oh, sinasabi pala rito, dapat cooperative ang approach. Hindi sa'yo yan. Kasi even in the description of the sea, tayo dapat nagko-cooperate. So sinasabi ko lang ito, Mr. Chair, because of the complications and the complexities of the South China Sea. Kaya po, kahit na konti lang ang panahon, gusto ko makakontribute na ito po ang dapat nating pagsikapang aralin. So maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, sa inyong pasensya sa akin na medyo nagtagal para ipaliwanag lang ng konti, alang-alang po sa pagkaunawa nating lahat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next interplate is the Honorable Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation lang dun sa nasimulang topic, Mr. Chair, this is more of
Teka,
my...
Video nila, Your Honor. There's a request of one of our resource persons, Attorney Yves Gonzalez of Google Philippines. Are there any members of this committee who would ask questions from him? Meron? Okay. So, pasensya na ito. Thank you. Please proceed, Honorable, Attorney, Honorable Franz, can you ask your question from Juan? He has another meeting to attend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, hindi ko inabot kasi kanina yung parang pinag-uusapan yung violations doon sa, kumbaga yung inyong standard na doon sa platform. Ano-ano nga po ba yung mga violations doon sa platform kung bakit tinitake down ninyo or upon reporting, tinatanggal ninyo yung post?
Mr. Chair, apo, meron po tayong, yung pinaka first level po, meron po tayong community guidelines.
Community guidelines.
So sa community guidelines po, andyan po yung mga pinagbabawal po natin yung hate speech, election
Okay.
misinformation, medical misinformation, or child abuse materials. So yun po yung mga example lang po. Sa community guidelines po yun. Meron din po tayong mas stricto, meron po tayong advertiser-friendly guidelines. Ito po yung mga additional po na guidelines para po sa mga nagmo-monetize po ng channel nila. Kasi po, ito po yung kumbaga additional rules pa po ito. Para po yung mga nagmo-monetize ng channel nila, meron pong additional responsibilities po na naka-impose po sa kanila.
Okay. So you have the community guidelines at saka yung advertiser guidelines po. So
Advertiser-friendly
ito naman,
guidelines.
advertiser at the same time yung mga content creator.
Opo.
So they have to follow po yung parang, syempre kailangan din nila yung, first of all, merong dapat they follow also yung community guidelines. Di ba? So before, or sabay naman yung ina-apply ninyo. Okay? So yung mga hate speech, yung mga sinasabi ninyo against doon sa, hindi, sinabi na kanina to ni Congressman Barbers, yung tungkol sa mga pagmumura. Di ba? Yung pagsasabi ng threat. Meron ding threat na ganun eh. Well, siguro hindi sa inyo, hindi sa Google, Mr. Chair, yung nagpapakita ng video, Mr. Chair, na parang na-assume na mamamatay ka na. No, so meron akong ganong pero mukhang hindi naman sa kanila. So, how do you consider that? For example, sa inyo yan, how do you consider that po? Kasi hindi sa inyo yan, sa ibang So, would you consider that as as violation from your community guidelines? Yung pinipretend na patay ka na?
So kung sa YouTube po, for example po, may nagsabi po na content creator na patay ka na po. So yun po ay isang example po ng election misinformation kasi po it goes to the qualification and status of the candidate kung kandidato po kayo, di ba? So yun po, madali po yun i-check. Tapos kung confirm po na buhay naman po yung sinasabing patay na kandidato, at yung content po na yun would be violative of the election misinformation policy at tatanggalin po yun sa platform.
So, even if walang nagre-report, halimbawa may ganong content, even if walang nagre-report, you are checking the content. I know, thousands yan every day. So, meron bang ganong initiative ang Google Philippines?
Opo. So sa present ko po, Mr. Chair, 97% po ng natatanggal ni Google, ni YouTube ay automatic na po siya na nade-detect. Meron po tayong 2% na galing po sa mga nagre-report. So kung makikita niyo po, karamihan po over yung malaking numero po ay automatic na pong nade-detect. Pero yung may mga kinds of violations po na yun po yung talagang kailangan may nagre-report po na user. So yun sa numero po ni Google, 2% po yung user reported.
Okay. So, meron kayong mismong mechanisms on your platform to detect or to determine that. Meron kayong mechanisms or you are, sabi nyo kanina, 90% you are monitoring. Tama ba yun? Kasi 2% lang yung parang nire-report eh. So, ibig sabihin you have these mechanisms talaga to check yung mga disinformation or or misinformation or disinformation kasi ano to pag disinformation kasi 'di ba parang deliberately no na nagpapakalat ng mga maling information.
So sa huling transparency report po ni YouTube, so 97% po ay na-detect ng AI or machine learning technology po. So 97% po. 2% po yung user reported. So meron pong mga sistema upang ma-detect yung 97% na violation po ng community guidelines ni YouTube.
So aside from AI, so how many percent is human intervention here? Sabi niyo may AI. So ilang porsyento rito yung human intervention?
So sa huling transparency report po, sa lahat po ng tinanggal, 97% ay machine learning / AI detected. 2% po user report. And then 1% po reported by
Impersonation or
meron po.
how would you define that in your platform po
Mr.
as
Chair,
a violation?
napin ko lang po yung community guidelines on. So,
So sa definition, Mr. Chair, dun sa Google, no, it is an act attempting to deceive someone by pretending that you are not or that you are another person or false representation by one person that he is another or occupies another position. So ganun po yung definition ninyo no sa Google na impersonation. So
Mr. Chair, sa aming pong spam and deceptive practices, nakalista po dito spam, deceptive practices, and scams policies. Number 2, impersonation policy. So meron po kaming explicit na polisiya po against impersonation.
okay, paano nyo po nadidetermine na merong violation on impersonation? So ito ba using lang yung mga trolls na nagre-report ng sabay-sabay o nag-i-inform sa inyo na sabay-sabay? Kasi ganyan po yung experience na hindi naman kayo no. Kaya Mr. Chair, sa Facebook kasi ito tsaka sa Meta. Kaya gusto kong nandito sana yung Facebook and Meta kasi Mr. Chair, 180 days suspended yung aking Facebook account ng Meta dahil sa impersonation. So kaya gusto kong malaman din sa Google kung ano yung ibig sabihin nun. So, ayun po Mr. Chair. Ano ba yung definition ninyo yan? Kasi yung kung ganun din ba sa definition ninyo doon sa Meta? Kasi wala namang misrepresentation I think doon sa aking account. No, kaya Mr. Chair, imbitahin natin talaga dito yung Meta at saka yung Facebook. So, Attorney Gonzales, so ano po yung sinasabi ko kanina no, yung impersonation on your platform, how would you define that po?
Mr. Chair, ito po, basahin ko po yung impersonation policy, Mr. Chair. Content intended to impersonate a person or channel is not allowed on YouTube. YouTube also enforces trademark holder rights. When a channel or content in the channel causes confusion about the source of goods and services advertised, it may not be allowed. So, meron po mga example po.
Okay, can you give us some?
Don't post content on YouTube if it fits any of the descriptions noted below. Channel impersonation, a channel that copies another channel's profile, background, or overall look and feel in such a way that it makes it look like someone else's channel. The channel does not have to be 100% identical as long as the intent is clear to copy the other channel. Another example po, Mr. Chair, personal impersonation. Content intended to look like someone else is posting it.
Okay. So, ako kasi tingin ko wala akong binabiolate doon sa doon sa ganyang definition nyo at kahit na definition in general. So, dahil sinasabi niya Mr. Chair na dinidetermine ito ng AI, yung impersonation, di ba kasama yan doon? So, kapag merong nag-mass report niyan o mga troll farms na nag-mass report yan, automatic ba tinatanggal niyo yung channel? Or do you still have to investigate?
Opo, Mr. Chair, so klaruhin ko lang po, sa YouTube po, hindi po factor yung dami po ng nagre-report.
Mhm.
Kahit isang tao lang po
Mhm.
mag-report, mare-review po yung content. And then to your question po, kung automatic po bang tinatanggal, for certain types of content, kunyari po, child sexual abuse content, automatic na po tatanggalin nyo. Hindi na po kailangan na may mag-usap-usapan pa po doon. Pero meron po tayo,
Doon na lang tayo sa
yung
impersonation.
po sa mga ganyan pong impersonation, dahil napaka-importante po dyan yung konteksto, napaka-importante po dyan yung history,
Yeah.
napaka-importante po dyan yung is it satire, is it yung mga ganun po. So in higher likelihood po yan po yung merong human intervention na kailangan pong reviewin at pag-usapan, dahil nga po pagdating sa impersonation, meron
You
pong
have
clear cut,
proof.
meron
Oo.
pong kailangan ng konteksto po.
Okay. So that's the thing na naintindihan ko na yung sa YouTube. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair, kay Mr. Gonzales. Ni-raise ko lang ito, Mr. Chair, dahil meron talaga ako tanong dahil sa Facebook. Biro niyo po, Mr. Chair, yung aking channel. No, not channel. Yung aking Facebook account o yung Meta account ay sinuspend ako ng 180 days dahil dito sa rason na to, impersonation. So wala naman akong inaano doon na impersonate or I am pretending na ibang tao kasi everyday experience ko na yun nandoon. So yun na po, inquiry lang Mr. Chair kung ano na po ba yung status nung invitation natin sa Facebook or sa Meta? Kasi sinasabi rito, ang imbitahin natin ay yung Meta Platforms Incorporated, One Meta Way, Menlo Park, dito sa may California. So ano po bang ibig sabihin nun? So, hindi ba sila pwedeng magpaliwanag dito? At least man lang itong nagbigay sa atin ng sulat na ito. Dahil alam ko po pag merong nagrereklamo sa kanila na ganito at ako magrereklamo ko doon sa ginawa nilang pag-suspend ng aking account na 180 days. So biro yun, kalahating taon, suspended ako dahil sa impersonation. So gusto ko silang magpaliwanag kasi wala namang due process eh. Hindi nila ako binigyan ng rason bakit nila sinuspend yung aking account, Mr. Chair. So ano po ba yung status ng invitation natin sa kanila?
Well, the two mentioned social media platforms send their excuse. Yun po yung we will tackle that during the time that we will shall we say tackle administrative proceedings in so far. That's why the reason why we're doing that is that we still do not have a quorum, Your Honor. So we can take that matter later when the committee secretary will inform the chair kung meron na po tayong quorum. Thank you.
Sige.
Do you have any other question to Attorney Gonzales?
So wala na po. Okay na.
Any other member of this committee or the three committees who would have questions to Attorney Gonzales? Attorney, you're excused for the day. You can attend your next meeting. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think the next interpolator is the Honorable Raul Manuel. You have the floor, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed sa isa kong point, address sana sa mga inimbitahan nating social media personalities. In relation lang dun sa West Philippine Sea, Mr. Chair, kasi ngayon nga, dahil umiinit ang issue na yan, meron talagang labanan ng iba't ibang mga naratibo coming from various sides. Meron din, Mr. Chair, sa bahagi naman ng mga ang gustong tahakin na ay yung primary way para ma-resolve yung issue ay along the lines of provoking war in the area. In fact, Mr. Chair, sa Facebook, meron ding mga kumakalat na pag-shape ng opinion ng mga tao gamit ang AI-generated content. Merong isang Facebook page, Mr. Chair, ang pangalan ay Key to Good Luck, na nagpo-post ng mga AI-generated na mga picture na merong mga sea-based war ships and iba't ibang mga kagamitang pandigma na nakalagay ay mga flag ng Pilipinas tsaka ng US na bagamat distorted pero para sa mga ordinaryo nating kababayan na pwedeng maabot ng mga ganito, pwedeng yun yung ma-hype up sa kanila na sentimento na kara-karaka ay makipagdigma na tayo para sa West Philippine Sea. Ito, Mr. Chair, yung ilan sa pero halimbawa yung isang AI-generated photo, Mr. Chair, merong 27,000 reactions, may likes, hearts, meron ding haha-react, pero yun, pwedeng kasama na rin dito yung mga fake accounts or posibleng mga bots para lang tumaas, kunwari, yung statistics ng ganitong mga post. Meron din, Mr. Chair, ay nasa 900 reactions. Ito naman, 4.4 thousand reactions. Parang distorted na flags pero ang gustong i-portray flags ng US tsaka ng Pilipinas. So, ganun kadelikado, Mr. Chair, kapag yan, left unchecked na yung ganitong mga pag-abuso ng artificial intelligence, lalo na sa ganitong issue na dapat mas lumalim ang kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan. So, on another topic, Mr. Chair, gusto ko po sanang matanong kung present po sina Trixie Cruz Angeles tsaka Ahmed Paglinawan. Are they present sa ating panel ng mga resource persons?
COMSEC, kindly answer the query of the Honorable Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ahmed Paglinawan and Attorney Trixie Angeles Cruz are not present today, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chair, kaya ko po sila gusto sanang matanong dahil meron din pong Facebook page. Ang tawag naman ay Luminous by Trixie Cruz Angeles and Ahmed Paglinawan. Kaya I would assume na sila ang nagpapagana at nagpo-produce ng content sa Facebook page na ito. At kaya ko pa na-raise, Mr. Chair, dahil meron po silang iba't iba mga post, pero kung meron ilan dyan na loaded na talaga ng disinformation at meron pang red tagging din, Mr. Chair, meron po silang public post noong February 5 na ang nakalagay po, I'd like to quote some of the parts, sabi dito, Mr. Chair, Doc Lorraine's account has been taken down. This was her last post. Tapos merong ilang mga parts doon, Mr. Chair, gusto kong i-quote din. We are now a communist state. The Philippines, our beloved country, is now being run by the CPP, NPA, NDF, who work in the shadows and who thrive when weak and corrupt leaders hold the reins of political power. At yung gas-gas din na narrative, Mr. Chair, na tayong mga kinatawan ng Makabayan Coalition ay bahagi daw ng mga ganong grupo. And nandito rin, Mr. Chair, and I quote, had the 38 bloggers gone to Congress yesterday, we would now be in jail. We were told this was the plan. A plan no doubt hatched by the Central Committee of the CPP, NPA, NDF and handed down to their slaves in Congress, Franz Castro, Arlene Brosas, Raul Manuel, who then nudged their weak and greedy colleagues towards that direction. Tas mas mahaba pa, Mr. Chair. Why am I raising this? Kasi, Mr. Chair, I also feel that these people, inimbitahan sila dito para magpaliwanag, matanong din natin, makuha yung kanilang mga sentimento, pero hindi sila dumalo. Tapos, Mr. Chair, even recently ay nandyan pa rin ang kanilang pagpapakalat ng ganitong mga remarks na ang nilalaman ay red tagging na actually ay nakabatay din no, sa mga hindi naman talaga mapapatunayang mga punto. In fact, Mr. Chair, by saying this, na ang gobyerno daw natin ay pinapatakbo na ng CPP, NPA, NDF, that actually raises the question, so hindi ba naging effective ang National Task Force LCAC? Kasi ang sabi ng National Task Force LCAC, mawawipe out na ang CPP, ang CPP, tsaka yung NPA. Tapos, actually, Mr. Chair, by also claiming na ganun yung gobyerno natin ngayon, nire-redtag din yung ating mga institusyon, yung Kongreso at yung iba't ibang branches ng government. So, ibig sabihin, para lang siyang nakakatawa, pero sa totoo lang, kung hayaan natin yung mga ganito, pwedeng umugat din ang ganitong mga kaisipan sa mga kababayan natin. Kaya I would expect na humarap ang ganitong mga tao, sina Trixie Cruz Angeles, Ahmed Paglinawan, tsaka yung kinvote din po nila sa post na ito, na edi kung ganon, the quoted post of Lorraine Badoy Partosa, it means they echo the sentiments of that person. So lahat po sila ay dapat humarap dito. And since yun, as of now, wala po, then I would end for now, Mr. Chair, and ask these same questions pag sumipot po sila. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Is that all? Okay na. Next is the Honorable Franz Castro. Tapos ka na. Okay. Next is the Honorable Ace Barbers.
Mr. Chair, can we, this is just a proposal, can we allow the vloggers that we invited to maybe, if you have statements that you wish to make, siguro this is the best time, no? Maybe we can listen to them. Para alam nyo na hindi ito suppression ng malayang pagpapahayag. That's why we want to hear from you. You know very well that the objective of this committee hearing is for this Congress to perhaps craft a remedial legislation in order to maybe come up with a code of ethics or code of conduct among the social media practitioners or actors. Kasi bago po ito, wala po tayong code of ethics and code of conduct sa social media, kagaya po ng meron sa KBP, yung mga broadcasters. Meron din po tayong regulatory body doon sa mga broadcasters naman din from TV and radio, no? So siguro we'd like to hear from them, Mr. Chair. Maybe if they want to say something.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Chairman, before we
Yes,
we recognize our bloggers here, may I just say a few words, Mr. Chair, because I guess all of us are victims of misinformation. Lahat po tayo nagiging topic ng mga vlogs eh.
Pati kapwa vloggers.
Yes, pati kapwa vloggers. I'd just like to direct my question perhaps to, and maybe to, Commodore Tariela, if I may, Mr. Chair. I was listening to your exchanges to the question of Congressman Marcoleta, and I agree with you. You have no legal obligation to defend anybody among members of this committee to say your piece, no, in defense of anybody of us. In fact, Mr. Chair, I would say on record na maraming salamat sa lahat po ng serbisyo niyo binibigay sa ating bansa. I think yung threat, no, yung everyday challenges that you face in protecting our national sovereignty and territory, I think all of us should at least, no, at the very least, compliment you with the service that you have provided, sacrificing your own life, taking away the time from your family in order that all of us would be safe here in this country. So marami pong salamat. I was listening to the exchanges and I also somehow na nararamdaman ko po where Congressman Marcoleta is coming from kasi lahat po kami doon na experience yung ganong mga misinformation and disinformation. This is not a question, that's just a manifestation I'd like to to share to you kasi the last committee hearing I was also asking Ma'am Malu Tikia. Oo. And there were clips of those interpellation that I had, and I'm gonna ask questions to Miss Tikia. Na it was uploaded on YouTube by some vloggers, and what they somehow the message that they somehow to convey to the public is that wala kong kaalam-alam. Na Congressman Zia walang alam ni lecturan ni Miss Malu Tikia. So if I would also premise that from the way Congressman Marcoleta was telling Commodore Tariela na to rectify that kind of perception or fake news na ako, I would say that Ms. Malu has no legal obligation to come to my defense. 'Di ba? So ganun lang po yung aking gustong ipaliwanag dito na yung maganda po yung exchanges namin ni Ma'am Malu. In fact, the reason why I was asking, all of us are asking questions because when it comes to this new kind of platform technology, etc., itong digital information sharing platforms, talagang this is a new frontier that all of us are ignorant of. I'm sorry to say, no, this is just kung meron po tayong knowledge dito at kaalaman, talagang kukulang. That's why we are also asking these questions because this is a new frontier that we need to explore more on how we can respond to challenges brought about by this new form of communication. So, ang lang po yung manifestation ko, I guess, no, Mr. Chair, na sometimes tayo po na nandito sa committee ay talagang titirahin talaga nila pero wala pong obligasyon. Tulad po sa amin ni Ma'am Malu, Ms. Tikia, wala po siyang obligasyon na sabihin doon sa channel niya na hindi naman sa walang alam si Congressman Zia, tinatalong na niya ako kasi ganun talagang trabaho nila at ganun din yung purpose ng pagpunta ko doon para mag-supply ng inputs at magbigay ng mga sagot, mga ganda. I'd just like to put that on record, Mr. Chair, so that ang publiko, para maintindihan po nila na sa mga committee hearings, talagang ang trabaho po ng mga membro ay magtanong sa mga resource persons. Ang mga resource persons po din ang magbibigay ng input because they're the experts and they're the authority to provide us with all these inputs. You may call it lecture, you may call it a seminar, pero I mean, this is how things are really done here in the House of Representatives. Just want to premise that on the way Commodore Tariela, because he has no moral legal obligation to go out and defend any of the members here in this committee. Similar with Ms. Malu Tikia. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jong. So, again, this committee would like to say that, like what Congressman Barbers earlier has said, and Congressman Adjong, itong committee natin ay humihingi ng tulong each and every one of you para makagawa po tayo ng batas o gaya ng sinabi ni Congressman Paduano earlier this morning na ma-amend ang mga batas para tumama na sa ating panahon ngayon. Marami nang nagbago, mga na ngayon. Dati wala. Itong mga cellphone, itong mga iba-ibang na natin ngayon. So, with that, we need your expertise, your different contributions to our country para makagawa ng tamang batas. Hindi ho itong TRICOM ginawa para mang-suppress ng freedom of speech ng mga tao. Tayo ho lahat dito, hindi po kami lang, no? Kasi hindi naman pwedeng, kailangan manggaling din sa inyo, no? That we can all agree. So now, with that, we have invited those who attended, just like before, no? Last meeting, we have Miss Maria Lourdes Tiquia. Would you like to be the first mom to, would you like to say anything? No?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've said enough during our first hearing. I'd be more than willing to sit in a technical working group to craft possible code of ethics. Ang magiging problema lamang po niyan is yung policing the rank may be a very hard thing to come by simply because the World Wide Web is so big. There was an exchange a while ago about MTRCB and KBP. First point is the Internet of Things is different from your TV, radio, and print. That's why it cannot be a rating body like MTRCB or a self-policing body like KBP. It cannot be part of broadcast because of the nature of Internet of Things. What can be done is probably a resolution embodying code of conduct for content creators. The technology you cannot regulate because it is something out there. And the fact that the offices are in another country, the servers are in another country. But the point raised by Attorney Gonzalez on the Internet Transaction Act and the VAT on digital platforms are worth considering and reviewing in crafting a code of conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we go to Mr. Del Rosario.
Good morning po, Chair. Siguro po ang share ko lang po is kasi ang nakikita kong problem po, kanina na-mention ko kay Congressman Barbers, yung communication kasi, ang fake news kasi nagmumula yan kapag walang enough or convenient communication. For example, ako, I only rely on the news that I'm getting from mainstream media, from mga bloggers. So kung yung nakikita ko online on my timeline, nakikita ko na mapanood sa TV and radio. So, siguro kanina, for example, I asked around, paano ba magkaroon ng access dito sa House of Representatives? Paano po makasama na ma-invite as part of the media? Ganon. So, na-mention ko kay Congressman Barber, sabi ko, I've tried replying to the email, yung mga email po na nag-invite sa akin dito, pero walang sumasagot. So, twice na po ako nag-email, nag-reply ako, pero walang answer. So, kaya nga, I appreciate na pinadalan ako bigyan ako ni Congressman Barbers ng email address para direct na sa kanya. So, siguro, ganun nga po. Ang nagmumula po kasi yung fake news kapag kulang yung information na nakukuha namin. So, ang nangyayari, kasi po ang balita, ang nilalabas po namin, sometimes, unahan po yan eh. Kapag kayo ang nauna, kayo ang babasahin, syempre, kayo ang papanoorin. Pero pag kayo nahuli, kung napanood na nila o nabasa na nila from another media, wala ka na. Hindi ka na babasahin, hindi ka na pupunta ng iyong followers dahil nabasa o napanood na nila. So siguro kung gawin nyo ng mas magandang communication channel, so every time kasi ang ginagawa ko ganon. For example, pag meron kaming problem sa LGU ng Pasig, taga Pasig po kasi ako, So I communicate directly with the VP, the mayor, and binibigyan naman nila ako ng access para mas madali ko sila makontak. So ganun din po sa mga government officials kasi, for example, I get invitation from government agencies. Na-invite po ako sa DOST, DOT, DepEd. So pag may mga events sila, may mga press releases sila, we get it. Pero yung hindi naman po lahat, hindi po lahat nagbibigay ng ganong convenience na magbigay ng information sa amin para we can properly disseminate yung mga information na tama. And it's not very easy to, for example, meron kaming tanong, ang hirap, walang sumasagot po eh. So, wala kaming choice kundi maglabas lang ng news na kahit incomplete. So, yung nga po yung sanang gusto kong i-share na mas maganda, bigyan niyo po ng open communication, mas magandang communication channel. Yun lang po.
Thank you. The next is Attorney Claire Castro.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chairman, to the Honorable Committee Chairman of Public Order and Safety, and to the Committee on Information and Communication Technology and Committee Chair on Public Information. I love to vlog because I want to impart knowledge, I want to impart the truth. And I love to talk, and I love to communicate. But my main source of income is being a trial lawyer. But anyway, vlogging and podcasting is one of the tools to inform, misinform, or disinform. And this is the very main issue why we are here today to discuss its usefulness and destructiveness. Like in the Smirnoff drops of advice, dance freely, drink responsibly. So let's just enjoy the social media platforms freely, but use them responsibly. Otherwise, they may cause tremendous damage. And when it becomes destructive because it was used and abused by so-called fake news bloggers or irresponsible vloggers, diyan tayo magkakaproblema about the state of having a healthy and balanced relationship with technology, encompassing the mental, emotional, physical impact of digital devices and online activities on an individual. Affected na masyado ang disposition mo sa bahay at sa buhay. At may mga nagpapakamatay dahil sa mga fake news na ito. Just like KBP or Kapisanan ng Broadcasters ng Pilipinas na nagde-regulate sa mga broadcasters na may code of ethics na dapat sundin. Kung merong MTRCB na nagre-regulate regulating those being shown, exhibited, or aired over the radio, TV, and through movies, unlike in the social media, habang may internet ka, you can connect to the whole world in live stream with unlimited time, but without edit. Worldwide and reach kung sino-sinong may gadget. Ito ang tinatawag nating video on demand. Pwede kang manood kung kailan mo gusto at paulit-ulit, pwede mong i-share kahit kanino. There may be appropriate penalties according to our existing laws. And if a responsible individual or group of individuals continues unabated, it may now be necessary that additional laws be enacted to address the problems. For me, i-regulate kung kinakailangan pong i-regulate sapagkat ito ay through internet at worldwide ang scope. Anytime, anywhere, live stream without edit. Registration of bloggers is one of the key solutions to prevent troll army or fake accounts. Just like cars. If you have several cars, register them in your name. If you have several social media accounts, register them in your name. It might not be that easy. Pero pag gusto, may paraan. Pag ayaw, may dahilan. Biktima din po ako ng fake news at ng mga irresponsibleng vloggers dahil sa aking ginagawang content. YouTube accounts like mine, Batas with Attorney Claire Castro and Let's Create with Attorney Claire, madalas din nababash, lalo na ng mga panatiko sa ibang mga politiko. Mahirap habulin, especially kung hindi alam yung identity at walang mga mukha na nakikita sa kanilang channel or social media platforms. So, matuto at magkaroon na lang ng tamang pag-iisip sana at critical thinking ang hangad natin dito. Makapagbigay ng katotohanan para ito ay para din sa ikaw unlad ng bansa at ikaw ang unlad ng bawat Pilipino. Dahil kapag mali po ang inyong nasasagap na balita, hindi po tayo magkakaroon ng tamang desisyon. We are all we are also reminding them to be patriotic and not a fanatic. Leaders come and go, but we only have one country to live and stay with our children and loved ones. Mahalin natin ang ating bansa dahil ito lang ang tanging yaman natin. Hindi tayo kakalingain ng ibang bansa. Handa na po ako sa magot kung kayo po ay may mga pagtatanong. Salamat po.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, let's finish first all the invited resource persons with their opening statements before we start asking questions.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Next one is Mr. Elijah San Fernando.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to read my statement, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Chair and members of the TRI Committee. I am Elijah San Fernando, former student regent of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the current National Vice President of the National Federation of Labor, one of the oldest and at one point in history, one of the largest federation in the Philippines. Also, Mr. Chair, I am the first nominee of Kamanggagawa Party List. I do not have anything against vloggers, Mr. Chair, although I do not consider myself one. I consider myself as an advocate who got lucky to be bestowed a platform. Let me preface this by categorically stating that I do not earn from these platforms, nor am I paid by anyone, not by any politician, pogo operators, foreign entities and personalities, nor criminal cartels. I am only beholden to the working people to whom I owe allegiance and membership to. I thank the members of this august body for inviting me to this important committee hearing to craft an equally important piece of legislation. I believe that our democracy is indeed under threat, but the threat does not come from ordinary people like us, but from bad faith actors lurking in the shadows, trying to manipulate the elections and social engineer the Filipino people. Let me categorically state also that I know that free speech is not absolute. No less than the highest court of our land has repeatedly said that. But the Supreme Court is also emphatic in defending the primacy and preference of free speech over other substantive economic freedoms and other liberties. For it is only when the people have unbridled access to information and the press that they will be capable of rendering enlightened judgments. In the oft-quoted words of Thomas Jefferson, we cannot both be free and ignorant. The Philippines, Mr. Chair, already has one of the most restrictive shackles to free speech, criminal libel and slander. I should know because I was also a victim of this while amplifying the voices of the workers in Manila City against an oppressive and illogical local ordinance. As early as 2012, the United Nations Human Rights Committee, commenting on a case of a journalist convicted of criminal libel, Alexander Adonis, has stated that imprisonment is never an appropriate penalty for libel, and that criminal libel in the Philippines is excessive. Also, as a signatory to the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights, the Philippines needs to honor its commitment to freedom of expression and free speech by decriminalizing libel. In 2023, no less than the Speaker Martin Romualdez has signified his intention to the media to decriminalize libel as a way to declog our jails. It is therefore clear, Mr. Chair, that the threat to democracy comes not from more speech,
but the dangers attached to exercising it. Ordinary people, Mr. Chair, are scared to speak up because of criminal libel. That is why they create parasocial relationships with social media personalities who apparently exemplify and are able to exercise this freedom. Vloggers are a way for the muffled masses to express what they cannot publicly express, which creates a cathartic release for their frustrations and disappointments to our social order. This would somewhat explain, Mr. Chair, the rise of the Dutertes and the Tulfos, because they are polyglots who speak the language of the masses. They have harnessed the frustrations of the ordinary folk and have become beacons for people demanding swift justice, however twisted their brand of justice might be to other people. This does not in any way mean to say that everything in social media is good. Troll farms, fake news, paid and faceless bloggers and vloggers, and artificial intelligence, deepfakes, are just tip of the iceberg. A deeper dive at what experts term as inauthentic behaviors are bad actors and political opportunists. And yes, Mr. Chair, politicians trying to cash in at the ignorance of our fellow Filipinos and at the expense of our democracy. This is what this committee should look into, and not ordinary people who are only exercising their free speech. However unpalatable, uncouth, or irreverent their speech might be. As representatives of the people, this Congress should be the bulwark of our much cherished freedoms as foundations of our democracy. To end, Mr. Chair, I subscribe to the quote often ascribed to Voltaire, that I may disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me time to speak.
Thank you. Can we hear from Scamwatch, Madam Josel de Guzman or Mr. Josel de Guzman?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Do I have the floor? Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, we would like to thank this body for inviting Scamwatch Pilipinas in order to contribute. I know a lot of you, this is the first time that you're hearing about this campaign. So let me first introduce to you Scamwatch Pilipinas. Scamwatch Pilipinas is a volunteer group, a volunteer education campaign by my company, Truth 360, in collaboration with the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center and the ICT, together with the NPC and the NTC. The objective is very simple. It's educate one Filipino at a time against online scam or against cyber fraud. Our objective is prevention, rather than helping those, we also want to help those who got scammed, but our focus is prevention. And we created this together with the other members in order to have a different approach to online scam education. Because if you notice, the government offices, the private sectors, and other groups, when they educate against scam, it's always what is phishing, don't share your OTP. So it's all technical. And however, given the rise of AI now, when it comes to scamming, people can no longer catch up with the latest scam that there is. That's why when we approach CICC, Yusek Alexander Ramos, we propose a different approach. This one is attacking the attitude. Because during the pandemic, the digitalization of Filipinos have been accelerated. Suddenly, our life has become digital. Our kids have been going to school online. We've been working online. We've been paying our bills online. We've been transacting online. And before we know it, after the pandemic, our digital economy has grown to 2.03 trillion according to the Philippine statistics, according to the PSA. So in this aspect, what we realize is that we Filipinos didn't experience or we didn't have formal digital literacy and cyber hygiene in schools. We were just there. Even during the pandemic, the kids don't even know good manners and right conduct online because no one taught them. So what we are proposing is that we created the contra-scam attitude, which consists of very basic. Because right now, Filipinos don't have, of course, we need the long term, but we did a bite-size content. We did a bite-size education program, the 4 M's, the magdamot. So we are pushing to be magdamot for Filipinos simply because the scammers are now stealing your personal data. So don't share your mobile number because it is the access to your e-wallet. Don't share your email address, as simple as that. And also, stop the attitude na, oy, buti na lang, 100 pesos lang yung nawala sa akin. So magdamot, okay? But if you multiply that with the number of scams, the 100 pesos is big. The other one is magduda. This is very basic. Don't believe everything that's too good to be true. And people, because of FOMO, a fear of missing out, let's say for instance, last Christmas, if you see, let's say, a 5,000 worth of an iPhone Pro Max, diba? 5,000 lang siya, Filipinos still wants to buy that. Baka lang, totoo. Okay, so that's why we're pushing for magduda. The other one is mang snub. This is very basic and this is my favorite simply because when we were kids, we were taught not to talk to strangers outside. But here, because we are the social media capital of the world, and because we are hidden, we think that we are hidden behind the screen of our mobile devices, we actually talk to everyone. We even nakikipag-away nga tayo. So these are the 3. And the last one is what we notice, this is our contribution to CICC when they discuss to us the 1326. Okay, so magsumbong. So what we realize, we've been communicating the 1326 hotline since September 2023. And I'm sure if I tell you, if you have families who got scammed, where do they report? I'm sure even though we have a successful campaign, even a lot of media carried our campaigns, a lot of you still don't know that you should report to 1326 because most of the scammers are John Doe. These are organized crimes, okay, according to CICC, and you don't have a suspect. So the first line of defense right now is the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center. So that's why we partner with them first. So these are the 4 M's. And since September 2023, we were able to launch the contra-scam attitude, pushing those attitude, report to 1326 campaigns, the Holiday Watch that revealed the 12 scams of Christmas, if you've seen those on TV. Actually, those 12 scams of Christmas are your regular scam. We just labeled them 12 scams of Christmas so that Filipinos will be aware. We recently launched the Unmatched PH, where we profiled the different love scammers, because love scam is your entry point to investment scam and then loan scam. And then we also partnered with DOTR and SAIC for the online Bantay Lakbay last summer, wherein we also help educate Filipinos through the use of traditional media, the various travel scams that there are. So given all these campaigns, we were recognized by the Global Anti-Scam Alliance as the top 3, one of the top 3 best anti-scam awareness campaign in the world. However, we are not happy with that simply because at the end of the day, scam is increasing. Our technology partner Gogolook has reported that, at least from their end, they reported more than 6 million tech scams in 2024, 600,000 call scams in 2024. And the sad part of that is that according to the State of Scam of the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, only 67% of Filipinos don't want to report scams. That's the sad part. That's why CICC, the 1326 hotline, given all these millions of scam, they only had like 11,000 calls in 2024. And the e-report function of the DICT for the eGov PH app, because you can already report scam in that app. They were only able to gather 15,000 report. So that's very low. That's very low. That's why we are calling and going to use this opportunity at first to suggest and recommend some valid 4 points. The first one is the amendment of the SIM card registration law, because there's one loophole there that will also address the fake news problem and fake Facebook account problem. And that is the unlimited, that anyone can register unlimited number of SIM cards. That needs to be fixed immediately. That's why I would like to also commend the PNP ACG, because almost every day they are apprehending a lot of pre-registered SIM cards. Okay, so any person can own as many. There were even records that one person has 300 registered SIM card under his name. And of course, during that time, a lot of the scammers are also paying Filipinos at least 500 to register a SIM card. So that's the immediate problem. So we are proposing to put a limit, okay, to put a limit in the SIM card registration per person. That's one. Number two is that we ask everyone to make the Interagency Response Center hotline 1326 of DICT and CICC as the center for scam hotline reporting. I know we have a lot of hotlines there, but we just want to know that the Filipinos can now run by dialing 1326 hotline so that everything will be centralized, at least for those incidents that you don't have any suspect. The third one is create an education programs across all sectors, okay, across all sectors, from the students up to the senior citizens to the working, by focusing on the attitudes. And the third one, and the fourth one is, I think I just have 3 points, sir. So that's, we don't cover fake news. However, we are going to, our next campaign is to help Filipinos identify deep fakes, simply because that's the next trend right now. And a lot of celebrities, even media personalities, are being used to sell food supplements, promote cryptocurrencies without their knowledge. So that's my statement, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Before we proceed further, let me recognize the presence online of the Honorable Jude A. Asidre, the Honorable Edgar M. Chato, and the Honorable Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I finally remembered the last. I think this is also very important. This is holding the social media companies accountable for fake accounts, because majority of the scams right now are emanating from Facebook. And let's say for instance, I create a new account, okay? I create a new account under a different name, okay, with the same name or same personality, and I just change one letter. Facebook will not remove it. So in this aspect, I think what we need to do is that there should be a clear coordination between government agencies to take down scam pages, because right now we are not allowed to report on someone's behalf if those pages are scam. So nire-report lang po namin sa e-report system. But I think kailangan pong maging accountable yung mga social media companies, particularly Meta. Thank you.
Chair, short comment lang, Mr. Chair. I just would like to give a short comment.
Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I also echo yung pagpapanagot sa kabagalan ng mga social media platforms dahil nga sila naman supposedly yung nakaka-regulate kung sino yung mga gumagawa ng accounts pero halimbawa, Mr. Chair, lalo na kapag may init na issue, yung mga supporters talaga, yung mga diehard na mga supporters, halimbawa ng Vice Presidente, grabe agad mag-bounce, tapos ko i-check yung Facebook account, fresh lang kakagawa, tapos ang pangalan halatang gawa-gawa, tapos lock pa yung account, Mr. Chair. So kapag ganon, halata talaga na hindi yun mga totoong tao na merong disagreement doon sa ating mga opinion. Kasi kung totoong tao, nakakausap natin sa mga house to house, iba yung pagtingin nila sa pagtingin natin, okay lang yun, bahagi ng demokrasya. Pero yung pag-manufacture ng public opinion para palabasin nila na sila yung may mayorya ng suporta ng tao at gamit nila ay yung mga account sa Facebook, mali talaga yon. Ang isang bagay lang, Mr. Chair, na sa bahagi natin ay iba yung pagtingin natin ay yung dun sa SIM card registration. While I appreciate yung efforts naman ng ating mga organizations at may mga bagay naman na pinagkakasundaan natin, pero kung sa bahagi lang po ng SIM card registration, kasi tayo sa Kabataan Party List, we voted no to that kasi alam natin mag-a-arise pa rin talaga yung mga paraan para ikutan ang pag-abuso ng mga SIM cards. In fact, Mr. Chair, merong mga troll farms na yung itsura hindi na lang tao yung mga nagla-like, nag-share. May nakita tayo, Mr. Chair, na lumitaw din online na pagbulgar sa ano na yung itsura ng mga ganitong troll farms. Wala nang tao, Mr. Chair, halimbawa ganito yung cellphone. Tapos meron lang silang improvised na mini machine na yung ginagawa. Hindi nga tao, Mr. Chair, parang plastic lang na magsa-swipe up, tapos magla-like, tapos swipe up, tapos magla-like, tapos swipe up, magla-like. So ganun, Mr. Ganun na ka-sophisticated. Kaya kesa mag-focus dun sa merely targeting sino yung mga gumagamit ng mga SIM cards for bad purposes, tumbukin na talaga natin yung mga troll farms. Lalo kung may ma-identify tayo, dapat na ma-raid na yung mga yun, Mr. Chair, para tumigil na once and for all itong mga ugat ng pag-abuso ng paggamit ng mga online platforms. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is from SWS, Ms. Linda Guerrero. You have to say anything?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. I am not Linda Guerrero, although she's here with me, but I am from Social Weather Stations. I'm the Vice President. Ms. Linda Guerrero sent an email or message yesterday indicating
Okay.
that I may be the one to represent po, but nonetheless, she's here.
You have the floor.
Okay, we understand that we are asked to be here because in the news, there was mention of a congressman citing the SWS survey and saying that in our third quarter survey, we did not include his name. That's why we are here. But in Social Weather Stations, I'd like to say that we have been in doing research for almost 40 years. We were established in 1985. We used to conduct surveys on a semi-annual basis. Now we are conducting surveys on a national basis. Of course, that frequency varies depending on the requirement. But in the surveys that we do, we measure or monitor many things: local government performance, self-rated poverty, quality of life, poverty, hunger, among the different issues. And now, given that it's election season, there are times when we have conducted electoral surveys. And if those surveys are released publicly by whoever sponsored the survey, we, based on the Code of Ethics of the World Association for Public Opinion Research, we release the certain requirements. They include, among others, what the survey period is, what the particular questions are, who commissioned the surveys, and specifically what the results are. So all the official releases of SWS are in our website, www.sws.org.ph, including the one mentioned by the congressman. Yun po. And we also have a warning in our website saying that it could be na dahil election season na, may mga pagkakataon na may lumalabas di umano na election surveys na gawa ng SWS, pero ang sinasabi po namin, kung ang survey na sinasabi niyon ay wala sa website ng SWS, ay hindi po kami magbibigay ng komento. Dahil lahat po ng official releases ng SWS ay nasa aming website. Yun lamang po, sir.
Thank you. And last but not the least, we have Miss Juliet Havillana of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon po. We earlier sent a letter po to the joint committees stating our initial position. But with your permission po, I'll cite a few points. The Philippine Daily Inquirer po is primarily a print news publication, and therefore we felt that our expertise on social media regulation is limited. However, we are happy to be here, no matter how humble our contribution might be, because we believe that this is an important venue to address a very critical challenge of our time. So, Mr. Chair, the inquiry would like to reiterate our commitment to the pursuit of truth as the fundamental mission of journalism and our essential role in a democracy. And we do that through a very clear set of editorial policies and guidelines. And we also wanted to show transparency and accountability to our readers. Like there's KBP for broadcast networks, print news publications, we also are members of alliances like the Philippine Press Institute. We subscribe to the Journalists Code of Ethics, and the Inquirer in particular is a member, active member of the World Association of News Publishers, which advocate press freedom and quality journalism. And we are also a member of the Panata Contra Fake News Anti-Disinformation Campaign led by GMA Network. And through that, we would like to do our part in combating disinformation. And so, Mr. Chair, we are one with the joint committee in a noble objective of fighting disinformation and fake news because of their adverse impact on individuals, institutions, and public discourse, as pointed out in the privileged speech of Representative Robert A. Swarbers, and as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, in your opening statement. The media industry globally is also grappling with this information because with this information and even targeted attacks, Mr. Chair, which are amplified on social media and via algorithms or troll farms. This affects public trust in news organizations and makes the digital space not ideal or safe venue for public discourse. We have seen in the US how Elon Musk, for example, is using his platform to disparage the professional media, of course, along with the US president. And in the Philippines, we've seen how the media was targeted during the previous administration. But we also take important note about the committee's commitment to upholding press freedom, as Congressman Barbers has repeatedly said during this hearing, that this is not about suppressing freedom. And we take note of this commitment in the House resolution to uphold our press freedoms. And we humbly submit, Your Honor, that any regulation or amendments to our laws must not be used to infringe on our fundamental freedoms, to stifle dissent necessary in a healthy democracy, or to foster a climate of fear. And we know, we're conscious that the committee is conscious about the thin line between regulation and suppression of press, freedom of expression and of the press. However, we do recognize, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that we have enough laws that need better enforcement, but also there's a need to update some of our laws because of the emergence of newer technologies like AI or deepfakes that can be used to produce harmful content. And we believe also, we share in the, I think the consensus here is we see a need for more gatekeeping and better accountability from big technology companies, Google, Meta, TikTok, because those are the platforms that are used by a majority of Filipinos. And because the spread of disinformation and propaganda can endanger not just individuals but national security, as for example in the West Philippine Sea issue, and undermine our democracy, for example, during elections. In ending, Mr. Chair, ultimately, we believe in promoting better public awareness and education as the more effective weapon to counter disinformation and cybercrimes. And we thank the committees for consulting the different sectors to address this problem. Many people remain unaware of cybercrime risks and their rights under the laws. And the government must conduct cybersecurity awareness campaigns and promote digital literacy in schools to create a more responsible future generations of Filipinos. Of course, the private sector and especially professional media organizations were also doing our part. For example, in the Inquirer, aside from countering disinformation, Your Honor, and trying to report the truth as much as we can, we also have long-running programs like Read Along and Inkskwela with our public school students to develop their love for reading and also to develop their critical thinking abilities. And we'll do our share, Mr. Chair, for whatever expertise that we might be able to contribute to the outcome of this committee. Thank you very much.
Marami pong salamat, ma'am. There's a new blogger who would want to say something. Mr. Mark Louis Gamboa.
No. Hello po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you po for once again inviting me. I'm Mark Gamboa, businessman, political blogger, and also senatorial candidate. Gusto ko lang din pong sabihin kasi po dito po pangalawang hearing na po natin ito ng fake news at maganda po itong ginagawa natin. Maganda po ma-define po natin mismo ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng fake news eh. Kasi po yung simple na criticism minsan ay sinasabi na po na fake news. Kailan ba nauso itong term na fake news? Kailan ba siya sumipa? I believe it was 2015, 2016 eh. Nung panahon na naging presidente si Duterte and also Trump. Si President Trump, pag sa Amerika po, lahat ng balita na hindi pabor sa kanya, ang tawag na niya fake news. Diba? Sa akin po, hindi po ganun eh. Maganda maihiwalay po natin kung ano yung criticism na pwedeng gawin ng kahit sino, protected by free speech, and yung mga statements na libelous talaga at nakakasira talaga. Gusto ko pong i-cite din yung example after nung unang hearing po natin ng TRICOM. The following day, nagkaroon ng impeachment. Merong isang lumabas na page pretending to be Congressman na Lord Dansuan. The working congressman yung pangalan ng page. Tapos naglabas siya ng statement kung saan parang pinapalabas na para yung pirma doon sa impeachment, merong kapalit na ganitong proyekto kung ano man. So, ito po ay sinabi na ni Attorney Suan na fake news after some time. Pero ang problema po, kumalat na po yung post na yon, umabot sa 100,000 reacts. Ang dami nang nakakita, ang dami nang naniwala na merong ganong klaseng issue, may ganong klaseng pangyayari. By the time na nakasagot na si Congressman Suan, sinabi niya fake news yan, that page is fake. Sobrang dami na po nakakita, milyon na po yung nakakita. At yung kanyang explanation ay dahil maliit lang yung kanyang page, ay konti lang yung nakakita. I think yun po yung isang example ng fake news na talagang delikado at kailangan tutukan po natin eh. Yung pong mga simpleng kritisismo, yung mga simpleng yan po ay kasama sa ating freedom of speech. Kaya po I would once again want to reiterate yung pong aking panawagan para sa isang 24/7 na fake news monitoring office. Kasi sa ngayon po, wala kang pwedeng sumbungan kung may makita kang tingin mo ay fake news eh. Maganda po sana merong opisina under sa isang sa DICT o sa Office of the President o kung saan man na pwede pong tignan. Pag meron pong lumabas, may nag-viral na post na ganon, pwede niyang tawagan kaagad yung congressman involved o tapos ipopost po kaagad. Pwede pong makita ng publiko na fake news pala yung nakita ko. Kasi sa ngayon po talagang wala pong pwedeng pagsumbungan, walang pwedeng mag-clarify, walang page na nagka-clarify pag meron pong mga nagba-viral na mga fake news po na ganyan. Kaya hopefully po ay yun po yung mga isang paraan para po ma-minimize. Kaya po matapang yung pong mga nagkakalat ng fake news sa ngayon kasi po wala pong nagbabantay sa kanila. Masyadong matrabaho naman po kapag magsasampa pa ng kaso sa NBI o sa kapulisan, sa cybercrime. Minsan po hindi na po umaabot sa ganun eh at masyado pong matrabaho para po sa ordinaryong citizen para mag-file pa sila ng mga kasong ganun. Pero kung meron pong ahensya o merong opisina na tinitignan, no, ito, fake news to. Sino bang gumawa nito? Sino bang gumawa ng page na to? Kung paulit-ulit na gumagawa sila ng mga page na puro mga kasinungalingan yung nilalabas, tsaka po ipapasa na sa proper authorities o sa cybercrime para po magawa ng action o masampahan po ng kaso. So thank you very much po.
Thank you. And we will have for the last blogger, Commodore Tariela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a blogger though. I'm the spokesperson of the Philippine Coast Guard when it comes to the West Philippine Sea. To the esteemed chairpersons and the distinguished members of this tri-committee, my co-workers in the government, and my fellow countrymen, isang magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. I was honestly pleased to learn about the House of Representatives' decision to hold a public hearing addressing fake news, disinformation, and misinformation on social media. I believe this presents an opportunity for us to finally establish legislation that holds trolls, influencers, and bloggers accountable for their online content. It is important to note that one of the greatest challenges facing the Philippine government in the West Philippine Sea, aside from China's bullying, unlawful activities, and aggressive actions, is combating the spread of fake news and disinformation that obscures the true narrative of events in the West Philippine Sea, leading to confusion and division among our people. Teka lang, sir. When President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. took office in 2022 and declared that he would not surrender an inch of our territory to any foreign power, many questioned the meaning behind his words, especially since the previous administration claimed that all was peaceful and under control in the West Philippine Sea. This misconception stemmed from the belief that the prior administration had effectively managed the situation in the West Philippine Sea. Between 2016 and 2022, only 3 incidents were reported to the media. The first one is in 2019, when Filipino fishermen from Mindoro reported that their boat, FB Jimber, was rammed by the Chinese maritime militia in Recto Bank. The second incident was in 2021, when the AFP chartered resupply boat was hit by water cannon. And the last one, on that same year, when over 210 Chinese maritime militia were reported by the Philippine Coast Guard swarming near Julian Felipe Reef. The limited reporting of these incidents, combined with the narrative that the former president's diplomatic effort had successfully convinced Xi Jinping to allow our fishermen to operate freely contributed to the false sense of security among the Filipino people regarding the West Philippine Sea. Therefore, for President Marcos to deliver his commitment of not surrendering a square inch of our territory to any foreign power, he has to unite the Filipino people. And the only way that we can unite our highly polarized country is to awaken their sense of patriotism with the right information. This is the reason why the Transparency Initiative of the National Task Force West Philippine Sea was launched in 2023. And it has two main objectives. First, it aimed to raise awareness among the Filipino people about the realities in the West Philippine Sea, emphasizing why these issues matter, and outlining the legitimate basis of our position. It is important to highlight that President Marcos' commitment of not surrendering is a goal that may be challenging if Filipinos lack enough understanding of what we are fighting for. It is an open book that President Bongbong Marcos has inherited a nation where fake news and disinformation have dominated the discourse surrounding the West Philippine Sea issue. Secondly, the Philippines sought to expose Chinese aggression to help the global community to recognize that there exists a powerful nation in this region that disregards international law, jeopardizing peace and stability in this part of the globe. We wanted the world to understand that the Philippines' struggle in the West Philippine Sea is not merely about our maritime jurisdiction. It is a fight for everyone who supports a rules-based order and believes that international law serves as the equalizer for all nations, regardless of size. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, we have successfully achieved our objectives. Regarding the awareness of the Filipino people, a recent survey conducted by Okta Research revealed that 84% of Filipinos support the national government's efforts to defend and assert our maritime rights in the West Philippine Sea. Additionally, a Pulse Asia poll indicates that 7 out of 10 Filipinos are unlikely to support pro-China candidates in the upcoming 2025 midterm election. However, as we have successfully countered fake news and established a strong factual narrative in cyberspace, we have seen a significant increase in pro-China trolls. This has only strengthened the resolve of the National Task Force West Philippine Sea to be more transparent in exposing China's actions, as no amount of falsehood can prevail against the truth. Despite our efforts, social media platforms, as reported by the DICT in the last committee hearing, have become the primary medium for these trolls to disseminate disinformation and fake news, reaching a large portion of our population. The narrative of these trolls can essentially be categorized into 5 main arguments. First, they claim that our legal standing in the West Philippine Sea is weak. They undermine the 2016 arbitral award, and they even asserted that the PRC holds a much more justifiable historical claim with regard to their 9 now 10 lines. Secondly, they present a distorted version of events, echoing China's narrative that incidents occur due to Philippine actions that resulted to vessel collisions, for example. Binangga na tayo, papalabasin pa ng trolls, Philippine Coast Guard ang may kasalanan dahil tayo daw nabangga ng China Coast Guard. Third, they argue that the Philippines' decision to stand firm against the People's Republic of China's aggression is merely dictated by the United States, suggesting that our transparency efforts are actually orchestrated by the Americans under the guidance of Ray Powell. Fourth, they even employ a defeatist argument, claiming that we are powerless against China and that insisting on our rights could even lead to war, and it would be easy for China to invade the Philippines in just a matter of days. Lastly, They contend that the tensions in the West Philippine Sea have only escalated under the current administration of President Bongbong Marcos. They said that there were no such tensions during the time of former President Duterte. Another damaging tactic employed by pro-China trolls is to attack the messenger. When we launched our transparency initiative aimed at exposing Chinese aggression in the West Philippine Sea, I was relatively unknown, having just returned from Tokyo after my PhD studies. However, as we gained traction the weeks following our launch, I became a target for these trolls who sought to tarnish my reputation as a Philippine Coast Guard spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea. They unearthed and amplified the fact that I was a discharged cadet from the Philippine Military Academy, that I was not able to graduate from PMA. And they even attempted to portray my postdoctoral fellowship in Washington as the time of my recruitment as a pawn of the United States government. Their attacks even escalated, labeling me as a pro-US lapdog and even a CIA recruit, that even my mother is having a difficult time to understand dahil wala daw po sa mukha kong maging CIA. Eventually, they fabricated another lie, alleging that I was even receiving a $4 million talent fee from the US Embassy. Kung may $4 million akong talent fee, kahit isang bayad lang, hindi na siguro ako haharap sa Kongreso ngayon. When that failed to damage my reputation and public confidence in me, they even went further, concocting a story that I visited personally the residence of Speaker Romualdez to receive 3 black bags. Although hindi nila sinabi kung ano ang laman ng black bags, but for the record, I don't even know the address of Speaker Romualdez. While these lies are absurd, and they're not only frustrating, but also deeply unfair to my family, I am committed to my role in exposing Chinese aggression and raising awareness among the Filipino people so that we can unite as one nation with a renewed sense of patriotism. My efforts are not motivated by the Americans, nor for any political ambition. My dedication is for the future generation of Filipinos. The awareness we instill in today's youth will reshape the future direction of our struggle in the West Philippine Sea. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commodore Tariela. Before we proceed further, let me recognize the physical presence of the Honorable Geraldine B. Roman. Magandang hapon po.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah. The Honorable Barbara
after listening to all our resource persons, I get the impression that our resource persons present in this committee hearing today agree to the fact that there must be a code of ethics or code of conduct among actors in the social media platforms. So, yan po ay isa sa mga layunin nitong ating committee hearing na to. And we would appreciate, Mr. Chair, if we can ask them to perhaps send to the committee via email your suggestions as to how we can craft a regulatory policy in the use of our social media platforms in the country. Other issues such as paano po kasi napakalaking problema talaga ng fake news. I'm sure hindi lamang ito sa Pilipinas, no. In fact, other countries, no, has also come up with regulations, no, dun sa kanilang bansa, no. For instance, sa Egypt, no, meron po silang nagpasa rin sila ng ilang mga batas to regulate the distribution of information and its accuracy in print and online media as well as social networks para pugsain ang paglaganap ng fake news. Meron din pong ilang mga journalists at website administrators suspected by the government of publishing fake news at sa tingin ko isa yun dapat nating tingnan din when we craft this policy. Sa Singapore naman po, meron din silang batas doon na nire-require ang social media platforms kagaya ng Facebook, YouTube, X, na magkaroon ng warning sa mga posts that the government deems false at pinapayagan pa ang gobyerno to remove comments that are against public interest. Dito kasi sobra nananawagan ng kudeta, nananawagan ng kaguluhan sa bansa, no? So sa Singapore nga, di ba, nililimit yun. The government of Singapore will take down immediately all these contents or posts that proposes such violations or such actions. Sa Brazil naman, para sa kanilang 2022 elections, nagkaroon sila ng deal with Facebook, no? Para mapigilan ang paglaganap ng fake news in relation to the upcoming elections. Kabilang sa parte ng deal na ito ay ang number one, pag-prohibit sa mga advertisements which call into question the legitimacy ng kanilang elections. Kasi meron pong experience daw sila na hindi pa tapos yung election, meron na nagpapalabas ng resulta, no? Which creates confusion among perhaps their voters. Number two, yung removing posts that violates policies on our voter suppression. Number three, paglalagay ng mga label sa post about political elections at dire-direkta ang mga tao sa website ng kanilang electoral justice for more reliable information. So sa China, ganun din. In fact, hindi nga nila pinayagan pumasok dun yung mga social media platforms, and they created their own, no, so that they can regulate and ano. So gaya ng sinasabi naming paulit-ulit dito, the attempt of this committee or layunin ng committee ito ay bigyan puwang ang ating gobyerno na magkaroon tayo ng regulatory policy. Ayaw po nating maabuso ito. Gaya nga ng sinabi ng ilang resource persons, this is for the next generations to come. No? Other than that, of course, we heard serious and alarming information coming from websites that tried to create chaos in the country and confusion. No, last hearing, if you recall, Mr. Chair, Press 1 PH ba yun? Your Press 1 PH, no? Press 1 PH revealed before this committee that there were several attempts, no, from a website that they discovered were coming from China to destroy the credibility of our president and the like, no, meaning all other politicians for that matter. Meron naman din pong website that are coming from China which promote, no, other politicians or other candidates. So again, diba, may intervention, may interference yung mga foreign countries sa ating bansa, which we should not allow. And we can only do that kung meron po tayong regulatory policy. So that's exactly what I want to say, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Barbers, kasi if you remember,
Wait to be recognized by the chair, please.
sorry po.
The rule of the committee is that please wait to be recognized by the chair before you speak. Okay? You
Sorry
want to
po.
say something? You have the floor.
Yes, kasi during the first joint meeting, yung February 4 po, nagkausap kami ni Congressman Barbers. Sabi niya, I can submit a proposal. So, yun ang ganyan ginawa ko actually. The same, immediately after the meeting, gumawa po ako sa bahay, tinapos ko po siya. I think inabot ako ng 7 pages na gumawa ako ng mga proposal. Yung mga nire-request niya. So, I sent it through email, pero wala naman po bumalik na response on that. So, it was a 7-page long list of recommendations about yung mga possible na pwedeng gamitin or gawin na parang regulatory. Kaya wala pong feedback kasi eh. Kaya walang nangyari.
That is correct, Mr. That's the reason why I gave him my email address so that he can email that to me and I can forward that to the committee.
So I'll email it again, sir.
Yes, please. Kasi baka nasa ibang email pumasok eh.
I sent it through the same email na nagpadala ng invitation.
And the COMSEC, so can you check your email, please, kung merong nakapasok sa
Anyway,
Just the same, you can send it to my email so I will just share it to the committee. Salamat po.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Castro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Naniniwala po ako sa sinabi po ni Congressman Barbers. As of now, medyo mahina po ang regulatory body. Hindi, as of now, wala po kasi sa social media. But with regard to the mainstream, TV, radio, hindi po, sa tingin ko ay hindi ganon kalakas. Kasi meron po mga pinapalabas sa TV, sa mainstream, at yan po ay naipapasok din po sa YouTube. Mga programang nagmumura, yung mga host, ginagamit minsan yung mga bata kahit na yung mga magulang ay nag-aaway on air. Samantalang sabi po nga natin, kapag ka po ako uma-appear sa hearing especially involving children, hinihiwalay po ng korte ang mga bata para hindi po nila nakikita yung mag-asawa nag-aaway. Pero with these programs, nandyan po kita naman po ito ng MTRCB at yun nga po, pinapasok pa rin po ito sa YouTube. Involved po ang mga minor children. So, mas maganda po talaga kung magkakaroon po tayo ng hiwalay na regulatory body for the social media. And at the same time, sana call out na rin po sa MTRCB na mas maging meticulous sila sa pag-monitor po ng mga ganitong klaseng programa. Kasi gumagamit mo talaga ng mga pagmumura. Sabi nga po ni Congressman Barbers, yung mga pagmumura na yan, pinapakita kung paano ba sila pinalaki at yung kanilang tunay na kulay ay lumalabas. Sana yun po yung maiwasan natin. Especially po, nagiging masamang ehemplo po ito, lalo na kung sila ay nagiging leader ng bansa. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let me recognize the online presence of the Honorable Amparo Maria Zamora, the Honorable Jefferson Congun, and the Honorable Jervil Jinky Luistro. Now, mention was made about freedom of speech and expression. May we ask the Undersecretary Nicholas T. of the DOJ IACAT to brief us on the constitutional guarantees of freedom of speech and expression.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
recognize, Yusek.
I think it's been said already repeatedly in this committee hearing that the right to freedom of expression is enshrined in the Constitution. Nevertheless, just like any right that's in our Bill of Rights, this is subject to limitation. For freedom of speech, limitations are subject to what we call strict scrutiny. Nevertheless, such limitations can be upheld if they are deemed to be necessary and reasonable. And we've seen multiple instances of limitations on free speech, such as our libel laws, our laws against obscenity, and similar expressions that have been deemed criminal, that have been criminalized in our jurisdiction. So in a nutshell, Your Honor, we will support whatever it is, whatever endeavor this committee will have in aid of legislation to pass legislation that will better regulate this landscape of the internet, whether that regulation would involve specific regulation for bloggers or regulation or stronger regulation against internet intermediaries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek. Before we proceed to the administrative matters, may the chair recognize the Honorable Gutierrez for his short manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a manifestation po. No, we had in some questions in mind, but I just wanted to bring it up for the record that we'd like to I understand sa admin matters naman po yung presence po ng ating Meta and TikTok. I'm very much interested in what Commodore Tariela has to say, and especially Press 1 PH. I'm aware of some incidents regarding censorship in relation to the West Philippine Sea, and I think that's very germane to the issue here now. But unfortunately, wala pa po yung representative of TikTok. So I believe we'll be taking up naman po in the admin matters. So I will defer to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chairman Paduano, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Since supposedly this had been tackled this morning. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of several letters coming from resource persons that was issued the show cause order during the February 4 hearing, Mr. Chairman. Now, most of these excuse letters citing almost the same, no, except for a few, almost the same reason why they should not be present in today's hearing. Now, let me take, for example, letter coming from a certain Richard Mata. He stated about questions of his base in Davao, and he has also filed a petition for certiorari in the Supreme Court. And he mentioned about lack of willful disobedience, etc., etc. Now, it is, Mr. Chairman, the same is in the case of other invited resource person issued the show cause order. They have filed a petition for certiorari in the Supreme Court, and they are not once again present in today's hearing. Well, in fact, some of them mentioned about that they should not be cited in contempt. And just for the record, I would just like to correct all those resource persons that replied, no, with regards to the show cause order by this honorable committee. We never cited them in contempt. We followed due process in this committee. Well, in fact, a lot of hearings in my own committee and even in the Quadcom, we follow and we do due diligence with regards to motion to cite in contempt a certain particular resource person. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll just mention all those names, no, na nagpadala dito na hindi po dumalo ngayong araw na ito answering our show cause order. A certain Dr. Richard Mata, but Comsec, please take note that Dr. Richard Mata mentioned about a letter that was sent to his address in the person of Manuel Mata. In his letter, he asked this committee or the Comsec to kindly refrain from sending correspondence addressed to him at my given address, considering that he is a total stranger to me. So, ito pong a certain Manuel Mata, if he is invited, hindi po naka-address dapat kay Dr. Richard Mata. But then, Dr. Richard Mata is absent, no, in today's hearing. Second po, the letter coming from Ethel Pineda. The same po. And let me read, may I respectfully inform the committee that a petition for certiorari and a restraining order have been filed before the Supreme Court. This legal action pertains to inquiry that I was unable to attend. Concerning this, I shall await guidance from the Supreme Court on the appropriate next steps. The same is true with Elizabeth Jo Cruz, Aaron Peña, Crisette Loretta Chu. But the Crisette Loretta Chu, I think he's not present today, but her counsel is present in the person of former congressman and former secretary of the Department of Labor and Employment, Secretary Congressman Sylvester Bello. Sir, I will just ask the chairman that he will be given time after all of these admin matters, but still, we have to act on it based on the letter that was submitted to us. After I read all the reply letter po, then I will ask the chairman for you to explain why your client is present today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be recognized, Your Honor?
After na lang po, anong admin matters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the same is true with Susan Batalla. And Attorney Trixie Angeles. Mamaya po, I will just manifest with regards to Attorney Trixie on her interview. Then the same is Sas Rogando Sasot. Mary Jean Reyes po. the same. Okay, ano? Dami po. Doon po kay Mark Anthony de la Cruz Lopez. Now, Mr. Chairman, with all those reply coming from those resource persons mentioned, issued with the show cause order, Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that we issue a subpoena ad testificandum for all those mentioned names that has officially received a copy of such show cause order. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to issue subpoena to all those mentioned by the Honorable Paduano for not attending and answering the show cause order issued by the three committees. Duly seconded. Do I hear any objection from the members? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same is true with...
Your Honor, may I now be recognized, Your Honor?
Sandali po. Sir, hindi pa ako tapos.
Okay.
Same is true with Miss Badoy and Mr. Eric Celes, Mr. Chairman. They have not replied to the show cause order issued to them. So, I respectfully move once again, Mr. Chairman, to issue a subpoena ad testificandum to the mentioned name, Mr. Chairman. So move.
There's a motion to issue subpoena to Mr. Celis and Madam Badoy. Do I hear any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Chair to recognize former Secretary Bello, let me read lang, Mr. Chairman, a manifestation with regards to all those invited resource person that was issued the show cause order, and now they were issued the subpoena. First and foremost, Mr. Chairman, let me read lang question of jurisprudence with regards to inquiry in the aid of legislation. Now, Mr. Chairman, Standard Chartered Bank versus the Senate. Ito po in relation to subjudice rule. Napakalinaw po, and let me read. The mere filing of a criminal or administrative complaint before a court of quasi-judicial body should not automatically bar the conduct of legislative investigation. Otherwise, it will be extremely easy to subvert any intended inquiry by Congress through the convenient ploy of instituting a criminal or administrative complaint. Surely the exercise of sovereign legislative authority, of which the power of legislative inquiry is an essential component, cannot be made subordinate to a criminal or administrative investigation. And in this case, Mr. Chairman, the letter answer to the show cause order issued to all those resource person that was ordered for a subpoena ad testificandum is not valid, Mr. Chairman, since Supreme Court mismo po nagsabi na it cannot be applied in inquiry in aid of legislation. And furthermore, Mr. Chairman, on Arnold Tesareno versus Neri of the Senate, let me quote, a legislative investigation in aid of legislation and court proceeding has different purposes. Magkaiba po. On one hand, courts conduct hearings or like adjudicative procedures to settle through the application of a law actual controversies arising between adverse litigants and involving demandable rights. On the other hand, inquiries in aid of legislation are an inter alia undertaken as tools to enable the legislative body to gather information and thus legislate wisely and effectively, and to determine whether there is a need to improve existing laws or enact new or remedial legislation, albeit inquiry need not result in any potential legislation. Ongoing judicial proceedings do not preclude congressional hearings in aid of legislation. Napakalinaw po na yung excuse letter o yung letter reply ng lahat ng mga resource person that was issued as subpoena in today's hearing is not acceptable and valid po. Now, and lastly, Mr. Chairman, let me read na lang po. Let me manifest with regards to the statement being made by Attorney Trixie Angeles in social media po. Allow me to proceed, Mr. Chairman.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we acknowledge the right of Attorney Angeles to seek reprieve before the Supreme Court for an act which he believes will curtail her constitutionally granted right, clarification must be made to further justify the previous directive of this joint committee. Firstly, the joint committee issued the show cause order against Attorney Angeles not because of her non-attendance to our February 4, 2025 hearing. Hindi po dahil wala siya dito, kaya na-issuehan siya ng show cause order. But because of the content of the communication that she submitted before this committee, which directly challenges our jurisdiction to conduct inquiry in aid of legislation. We have a copy po of the letter sent to us by Attorney Trixie Angeles during the first hearing and invitation po. We would like to remind Attorney Angeles that as an officer of the court and a member of the legal profession, she is bound to respect and abide by the Constitution. And under Article 6, Section 21 of the Constitution, let me cite, the House of Representatives has the power to conduct inquiries in aid of legislation. Therefore, it is imperative upon Attorney Angeles to respect and acknowledge this authority as enshrined in our Constitution. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, the Joint Committee directed the Legal Department to study and consider filing possible disbarment case against Attorney Angeles because we believe that an officer of the court, she must conduct herself as a true advocate of law rather than being the one directly promoting its defiance. It must likewise be stressed that Attorney Angeles has a propensity of violating the legal profession's code of professional responsibility. Per records, Attorney Angeles has already been suspended by the Supreme Court in 2 occasions. First, in 2016, when she was suspended for 3 years because of her failure to act on a case of her client despite payment of legal fees, and again in 2023, when the court imposed a 6-month suspension against her for using abusive and inappropriate language in a submitted pleading. Considering the aforementioned, it is only but proper for this jurisdiction to examine whether a disbarment case should be filed against Attorney Angeles for constantly disregarding and violating the code of conduct being observed by all members of the bar. That's all, Mr. Chairman. For in the case of Attorney Trixie Cruz Angeles. Yes. Mr. Chairman, can we allow in brief Secretary Bello to manifest for on behalf of her client, his client?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Secretary Bello, you're recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Just for the record, Your Honor, may we enter our appearance together with my partner, Attorney Jose Aspiras, as counsel for Miss Crisette Laureta Chu, Your Honors. Before coming here, Your Honor, I received a letter signed by Miss Chu addressed to the chairman, the Honorable Congressman Dan Fernandez, explaining her reason for not attending this hearing, Your Honor, because she alleges that she is not a blogger, much less a purveyor of false news or fake news, As a matter of fact, Your Honor, Ms. Chu is a legitimate media practitioner and even a column editor of a national daily, which is the Manila Bulletin, Your Honors. On this basis, Your Honor, we offered to appear in her behalf today. Unfortunately or fortunately, we are also compelled, Your Honor, to enter our appearance in collaboration with Attorney G.P. Angeles, who is the counsel of the other alleged bloggers who filed a petition for certiorari and prohibition with a prayer for the issuance of a temporary restraining order, Your Honors. And because of this petition, Your Honor, it was our decision to advise them not to appear, because for them to appear, Your Honor, would be an abandonment of their petition filed before the Supreme Court for certiorari and prohibition, Your Honor. So, in order not to preempt this case, Your Honor, they opted not to appear. And as a matter of fact, Attorney Gonzales, I think, manifested in writing, Your Honor, that they are requesting for a resetting of this hearing so that they can attend later on without waiving the rights on the petition that they filed before the Supreme Court.
Mr. Chair,
Submitted, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, may I just make an observation? Just
Is that in relation
relation, yes, exactly.
to the statements of Secretary Bello?
You're right, Mr. Chair.
Please, you have the floor.
Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, napanood ko po yung interview ni Miss Crisette Laureta Chu sa television, kung saan nga sinasaad na sila ay nag-file ng petisyon sa Supreme Court. Ano po? Pero sa aking pakiwari po ay nakakadismaya na pinangungunahan nila kung ano mangyayari sa komite na ito. Napakasimple lang naman. Wala naman tahasang nagsasabi na sila ay purveyors or fake news. Wala naman nagsasabi na sila ay hindi lehitimong journalist. In fact, kinikilala po natin yan. Kung iniimbitan po siya ng House of Representatives ng komite na ito, ay ito ay sa kadahilan ng gusto nating malaman ang kanilang punto de vista sa problema nga ho ng paglaganap ng fake news. Para sa akin, merong elemento ng paranoia. Pinangungunahan ninyo, sana naman lang binigyan nyo kami ng pagkakataon. Dahil meron din naman dito sa komite at ang aming tanging hangarin, at least I can only speak for myself, and I also believe this is also the intention of my colleagues, is to find out ano ba ang problema na nangyayari nito. Because ang problema ho ng fake news, hindi lang ho nakaka-apekto sa administrasyon o sa opposition, naka-apekto sa mga negosyo, sa mga private individuals. Nakakalungkot po, Mr. Chair, na sa puntong ito, ang mangyayari niyan, ang magiging dahilan na yung kanilang petisyon sa Supreme Court. Kumbaga pinagtutuos ang kanilang petisyon laban sa ating kahilingan at imbitasyon na dumalo sila sa ating pagpupulong. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chairman.
The Chairman Toduano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to reply to the manifestation made by my good friend, our former colleague, Secretary Bello, a lawyer. Alam mo naman po, hindi ako lawyer, no? But of course, with due respect to the manifestation made by Sec Bello, first and foremost po, the hearing that was conducted last February 4 in this committee mas naon na po with invitation kaysa doon sa Supreme Court. At the same time, malinaw po na yung inquiry in aid of legislation in Congress, no, Senate and House of Representatives, sabi nga ng Supreme Court, is a different proceeding. Now, kaya sabi nga doon sa Chartered Bank versus the Senate, malinaw po. As sabi doon, you cannot use courts to subvert the constitutional mandate of the House of Representatives and this committee. Kaya po ako, Mr. Chairman, ako po, I still stand with the Suprema Anti-Certificandum to be issued against those or to all those mentioned names. And one of those is the client of former Congressman and Secretary Bello. Malinaw po. They only filed. Well, in fact, you are not part of the filing of such certiorari in the Supreme Court. Iba pong abogado doon, di ba, Sec?
I agree, Your
Yeah.
Honor. I do not know. I don't disagree with your position. As a matter of fact, the filing of that petition before the Supreme Court was done by their counsel on record, Your Honor, Attorney Angeles. And the only reason why we agreed to that for them not to come over is for them not to render moot and academic that petition. So it's up for the Supreme Court to decide whether their petition for certiorari and prohibition has any legal basis, Your Honor.
Chairman, can I reply? Mr. Chairman, okay. With due respect to the position of the good lawyer, my good friend, Mr. Chairman, ganito po kasi. The issue of a subpoena ad testificandum, if they will not be present in the next hearing, and the excuse that will be sent once again to us is not valid, they might be cited in contempt. And doon na po, sa mga letter nila, citing Section 11, Paragraph A, yun na po, they will be cited in contempt, no? Cited in contempt in violation of Paragraph A. Alam po ni Secto, kasi former congressman, lawyer pa, di ba? Absence without legal excuse in this committee po. Now, ang sinasabi ko lang po, just for the record, Mr. Chairman, malinaw po, we follow due process here. We have done due diligence. We invited them, we issue a show cause order, now we issue a subpoena ad testificandum. Now, in the next hearing, they should be present. Iwasan po sana natin magkaroon ng constitutional impasse po dito. No? Kasi if we wait for the Supreme Court and we will not do our constitutional duty here, there will be a problem. Kaya po I hope my good friend, the good lawyer, Secretary Bello, will advise his client to be present in the next hearing because we will be forced to impose our constitutional mandate at the same time our internal laws of the House, Section 11 of the internal laws, which is Section for contempt po.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will follow your advice, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend,
Thank
my
you,
dear
boss.
friend.
Thank you.
Mr.
I'd like to follow up the question of line of questioning if I may be allowed by the chairs. But you know, I can ask one question lang po kay Secretary.
Sige.
Sir, yes, Sir Kong, would you know what particular, di ba file po sila ng petition for search warrant before the Supreme Court. Would you know, sir, kung what specific areas where they question the proceeding of this committee, why they do not want to attend? Are they questioning the legality of this proceeding? Are they questioning the mandate of this committee? Because I believe, I just want to know exactly the reason why they are using that argument in order to continue skipping the committee hearings and not honoring the invitation of this TRICOM.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I stated earlier, that petition for certiorari and prohibition was filed by Attorney G.P. Angeles, G.P. Angeles, Your Honor, and we had nothing to do with that.
Yes.
It just so happened that our client, Miss Christian Chu, also joined the petition. So, as whether the petition has any legal basis or not, Your Honor, I'm not yet prepared to make any conclusion.
Okay, so thank you very much. Kasi I had this impression, Mr. Chair, that essentially the petition for certiorari is, though they have certain arguments perhaps that they have presented before the Supreme Court, but essentially my take on that is they are questioning the legality of this proceeding, Mr. Chair. So that would be basically the the bedrock of the argument that they want to pursue before the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Secretary, hindi po ba nag-file po sila ng petition sa Korte Suprema? Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, hindi pa nag-a-act yung Korte Suprema. Wala po silang action.
That's true, Your Honor. That is true.
And therefore,
But the only reason why they are not appearing now is not to render that petition moot and academic.
I would understand that, Secretary, but that would not stop this committee from performing its constitutional mandate. Would you agree with that also?
I agree, Your Honor.
And therefore, the committees can issue the processes provided under our rules. Tama rin po siguro.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, I would understand na hindi siya appear dito dahil magiging moot and academic yung kanyang yung kanyang petition sa Korte Suprema. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
And Mr. Chair, may I also add, Mr. Chair, anyway, the purpose of this inquiry is to formulate an enabling law in aid of legislation. So we are not actually running after anybody. We're actually soliciting all their input so that we can come up with a law that would really address yung proliferation of malinformation, misinformation in the online community. Yun lang naman talagang pinaka-purpose dito, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
May mga admin.
Yes, the Honorable Paduano for the other administrative matters.
May naiwan pala, Mr. Chairman, for those all unserved show cause order coming from this committee last February for hearing. Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that those unserved show cause order be issued again and coordinate with the SAASID, coordinate with the Philippine National Police to properly serve such show cause orders. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? There's a motion to reissue show cause orders to those people who have not been properly served with such. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. COMSEC, please take note of that. The Honorable Barbers is now recognized.
Mr. Chair?
Thank-
Additional admin matters with the indulgence of Chairman Barbers.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Barbers, please read.
Thank you, Chairman Barbers. Thank you, Chair Akop. Mr. Chair, we also have two more matters, I think, that were left by Congressman Paduano in relation to admin matters. This is in relation to the platforms. May we know, Mr. Chair, from the COMSEC for clarification. We have received a letter from White and Case on behalf of Meta, but our invitation was for Facebook Philippines. Tama po ba? And in fact, the letter was addressed to Mr. Henrickson David. So hindi naman po Meta talaga. Just for the information of the body, the committee is in receipt of a letter from counsel from the US stating that Meta cannot be invited. Facebook Philippines is not authorized to receive the invitation. However, I think this is like the case of Google. Although Google and Alphabet is international, Google Philippines chose to appear. So I think, Mr. Chair, this would not stand po as a reason for Facebook Philippines not to attend. So given that they have failed to substantiate the reason for their absence, may I move, Mr. Chair, that a show cause order be issued for Facebook Philippines?
Second.
Could you please enumerate the shall we say platforms that would be issued a show cause order?
Altogether na lang po,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Omnibus. On the second matter, Mr. Chair, this is in relation to ByteDance, the owner of TikTok. They've sent a letter to the committee stating that they could not appear due to an engagement in Singapore. Unfortunately, the engagement was not substantiated, and based on precedents in this committee, we generally would require proof of the reason of their absence. So likewise, in the same manner, then I would like to amend my motion, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the show cause order be issued to ByteDance Philippines, or the invitee here po, no, sa email to, and to Facebook Philippines, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is carried. COMSEC, please take note that we issue a show cause order to the mentioned platform.
Mr. Chair, sorry, one more amendment in line with the rules of the committee, as the COMSEC has just informed me now, to include po in the motion the specific person. So for ByteDance Philippines, that is Ms. Peachy Paderna, and for Meta Platforms, or in the case of Facebook Philippines, this is Mr. Henixon David. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As amended, do I hear any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is carried. COMSEC, please take note that we invite the persons as mentioned by the Honorable Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, for admin pa rin po to. Sorry po. Mr. Chairman, may since attorney former Secretary, former Congressman Bello has already entered his appearance as counsel of those resource person, is requesting us if he can now leave because he has still work outside.
Is there any objection from the members that we excuse Secretary Bello? Oh, hearing none? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Barbers, you are now recognized.
I would like to yield my time to Congresswoman Roman, because she promised me that it will just be very short.
The Honorable Roman is recognized.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, nais ko lang isaad at bigyang diin ang naturalesa ng komisyon na to, no? Which is basically investigation in aid of legislation. And I think meron tayong konting problema sa pagpaparating dito ng ating mga imbitado dahil nga pinangungunahan nila ang ating pakay, no? Akala nila ay lilitisin sila dito, hindi naman po ito korte, hindi naman ito hukuman, bagamat ito ay simple lamang na pagpapalit ng kuro-kuro. Kalinya na rin po ng naturalesa ng committee na ito na maghanap ng mga polisiya at mga patakaran upang i-regulate ang social media upang iwasan ang paglaganap ng fake news. Nais ko sanang ihatag sa committee na ito ang naging bunga ng aking pakikipagpanayam sa mga journalists, sa mga content creators, sa mga eksperto na masasabi. Kung papahintulutan po ako ng ating mabuting chairman, ay gusto ko sanang ilatag ang aking suggestion para maiwasan ang problema natin na tila nagbubunga doon sa kakulangan ng regulations, ng policies, ng mga internal regulations na sinasabi, no? At pagkakaisa sa loob ng sektor. Ang COMSEC sana makadistribute kayo ng tinatawag kong pagtatatag ng Digital Council of the Philippines. So I made a policy briefer. So the proliferation of fake news, disinformation, and malinformation on social media platform poses a significant threat to public trust, democratic discourse, and national security. Alam na po natin yan. Despite existing laws, current mechanisms are fragmented and insufficient in addressing digital misinformation. At palagay ko, we're all in agreement sa puntong yon. Therefore, this proposal seeks to create the Digital Council of the Philippines, a multi-stakeholder body tasked with setting standards and ensuring accountability for online content. So ang mga layunin po, ang objectives ng Digital Council of the Philippines is number 1, to establish, and please listen kasi I'm going to ask you, magkakaroon po tayo ng pagsusulit. Tatanungin ko po kayo sa inyong mga opinion, Mr. Chair. Number 1, to establish a regulatory body that sets ethical standards for digital content. Number 2, to combat fake news, disinformation, and malinformation. Number 3, to promote digital literacy and responsible online behavior. And number 4, to ensure coordination between government agencies and private stakeholders. Mr. Chair, narito po ang kapisanan ng broadcasters ng Pilipinas, di po ba? Maaari ko ba siyang makapanayam?
I think the KBP representative is here.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para magkaroon po kayo ng ideya kung anong tinutukoy ko sa pagtatatag ng Digital Council of the Are you familiar with the Advertising Standards Council? Yes. Mr. Chair, could the resource person be to describe the function of the Advertising Standards Council of the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm familiar with the Ad Standards Council of the Philippines. I'm a founding member.
Okay.
The Advertising Standards Council was an offshoot of the Ad Board of the Philippines. Its intention is to regulate content or advertising content in order to conform with its certain advertising standards, which standards were developed by the industry. It goes, there are several procedures, but basically, advertising material is pre-screened or post-screened. The key to all of this is the gatekeeper, and these are the media outlets who are members of the Ad Standards Council. The media outlets are required not to accept advertising material which has not been approved by the Ad Standards Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Sa madaling salita, ang Ads Standards Council ay sumusuri ng lahat ng mga commercial na tinatawag natin, whether sa radio o sa television, depending on the standards that they themselves have established. And I would presume that these standards uphold what is true and what is fair. So imagine itong scenario na ito. Sa halip na commercials, ang ating pag-uusapan ay ang mga bits and pieces of news, ang content na sinasabi na nangyayari dito sa ating social media. And instead of the Ads Standards Council, we have the Digital Council of the Philippines. Mr. Chair, do you get the idea more or less? Yes, okay. Now, what would be the composition of the Digital Council of the Philippines? The Digital Council of the Philippines should be composed of representatives from the Digital Marketing Association of the Philippines. Sila po yung nag-handle ng mga ads actually. Kasi it's a business. It's a business. Kumikita sila dyan at sila po yung nag-ano po ng mga ads dyan sa social media. Number 2, the Artificial Intelligence Council of the Philippines. Nadadyan na tayo sa puntong yan. Artificial Intelligence. Number 3, Creator and Influencer Council of the Philippines. Ito po ang samahan ng mga content creators and influencers, no? And they're highly professional at meron silang minimum number of followers, ano po. And I would also link this with the registry of content creators sa ating bansa, which the government could also come up with. Number 4, we also have the NBI. Later, I'll explain to you kung bakit dapat kasama ang NBI. We also have the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, or the CICC. And of course, we have our friends from the DICT and other pertinent government agencies. So, matanong po natin, ano po ang gagawin ng Digital Council of the Philippines? Number 1, content regulation. Develop and enforce guidelines for ethical digital content. So, mula po sa rango ng mga professionals, ng mga content creators at lahat po ng stakeholders, they will come up with ethical standards. I think this is only fitting kasi nga ho, the key is self-regulation. Dahil nga ho, napag-uusapan na kung ang gobyerno mag-establish ng mga standards at mga regulation, ito ay pangangailangan at pagyurak ng kanilang karapatan to freedom of expression. Ano po? And number 2, monitoring and reporting and collaborating with platforms for real-time detection and harmful content. Itong Digital Council of the Philippines, as I envision it, ang magiging tampulan kung saan pwedeng pumunta ang mga nabibiktima ng fake news. Whether government agencies, whether businesses, private individuals, tayong mga politiko, pwede rin. So sila po ang magpa-process ng mga complaints na yan. Excuse me. So, pag pinaprocess po nila, natagpuan po nila na at natuklasan nila na fake news nga po yan, they will have to inform the major platforms to take down that piece of news. And question, kaya ba nilang gawin yun? That I'm sure babahain ng mga reklamo itong Digital Council of the Philippines. Sa aking pakikiusap, meron naman po silang teknolohiya para i-process ito. In fact, sinabi nila sa akin within 24 hours, kaya nilang ma-resolve. Ano? Meron silang mga search mechanisms, etc. etc. Okay. Number 3, ito mahalaga rin po ito. Certification and accreditation. Certify compliant influencers and digital marketers para malaman natin kung sinong lehitimo at kung sinong hindi. And I think this is to the interest of everyone who practices vlogging and, writing and content creation. Siyempre, bilang mga content creators, I'm sure hindi po ninyo gusto na maparanggo sa inyo, makasama ninyo ang mga obviously ginagamit lang naman ang social media upang manira, manggulo, at iba pang mas sa mga practices. Ano po? Number 4, public education. So, maaari rin po natin gamitin ng Digital Council of the Philippines to launch campaigns to promote digital literacy. And number 5, mahalaga po ito, yung investigation and sanctions. So, magko-coordinate po tayo sa law enforcement agencies tulad ng NBI at saka Philippine National Police to act on the violations. So, para mangyari po ito, the creation of the DCP shall be mandated through a legislative measure na hopefully my colleagues will take note. To empower it with the legal authority to impose sanctions and collaborate with digital platforms. And syempre, yung funding nito, kung ito maaprubahan to GAA, and my conclusion is that the Digital Council of the Philippines will play a pivotal role in protecting the digital information ecosystem, fostering accountability, and preserving democratic discourse. Mr. Chair, sana nagustuhan yung aking research.
Actually, Your Honor, yung ibang parte na nito, napag-usapan na namin ni Chairman Barbers.
Okay. So, sang-ayon po kayo. Maaari ba, Mr. Chair, isang tanong lang po sa isang eksperto sa larangan na ito?
You still have the floor, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. I would like to ask Ms. Malu Tikia what her honest opinion is on this proposal.
Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Roman, I'm fully supportive of this effort because it is a pathway towards what we want to do, to have responsible and decent communication on quad media. May I recommend that the registry be included so that, as you rightly pointed out, we would be able to separate the chaff from the grain and really determine who is negligent, who should be disciplined, and who should be, promoted because of the responsible behavior online. Second, Mr. Chairman, please consider including the PR Society of the Philippines. And right now, there is a small group, around 56 social media firms that actually handle social media, whether corporate, political, or entertainment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this initiative.
Can I ask for another opinion, this time from the DICT?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam. We fully support the creation of this digital council. Actually, ma'am, we have already some notes relative to a creation of a similar body. Until such time, Madam, that we have the draft, definitely the the DICT will be supporting such. Thank you.
May I ask, Mr. Chair, for the opinion of a vlogger who is present here? Any would like to make a comment? Meron ba tayong vlogger dyan? Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chair.
Mr. Chair?
You have the floor.
Yeah, Actually, yung sinabit ko pong proposal sa Congressman Barbers is almost similar to what Congresswoman Roman is saying. So, I expect kasi last February po, nandito na yung mga Meta, yung lahat ng social media platforms. So, hindi lang ako nakapag-consult with them dahil nga, so hindi ko ba na-polish yung proposal ko. Pero yung idea po ni Ma'am Congresswoman is napakaganda po talaga. Similar lang po yung proposal ko rin po. Parang gano'n na rin po.
Mr. Chair, sa pamagitan daw ng batas na maaari nating balangkasin sa pagtatatag po ng Digital Council of the Philippines, ay maaari na rin po nating require ang ating mga social media platforms katulad ng Facebook to have a physical presence. At maaari rin po nating isingit yung asapin ng taxation na napalaki ng kanilang kinikita sa larangan na ito. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair, at nagpapasalamat ako kay Representative Barber sa pagpapaunlak niya sa akin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chairman Barber.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, you have the floor. With the
Mr. Chair,
indulgence of the Honorable Barber.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm Director Rosilius of the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center. I think I just have to mention that it's quite timely to inform the committee that the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center has already activated its executive committee last February 3. And together with this, there is already an interagency committee trying to have a singular approach to cybercrime. This is together with the DACT as the chair and the National Bureau of Investigation director as the vice chairman and the members as the PNP chief and DOJ Office of Cybercrime. We have already formed and we have already met. And the proposal of the Honorable Roman seems timely because this can be one of the subjects of the executive committee of the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, considering that it is also an interagency anti-cybercrime committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Honorable Barbers, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang balikan yung kanina, no, na I believe that this is a very alarming information that was shared to this committee by an NGO, yung Press 1 PH, wherein they reported that there are, is this correct, websites or accounts? Can you please further educate us on your discovery, please? Because this is also in the same light as that of the manifestations made by Commodore Tariela earlier with respect to the Chinese interference, no, in the social media platforms of our country. Can you please educate us more?
Hi. Okay po. Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair and all of our honorable congressmen. I'm Nico Balbidina from Press 1 PH. I'm the multimedia editor. Press 1 PH po is a news and fact-checking organization. We are also a member of the IFCN, the International Fact-Checking Network. Regarding po dun sa story na yun, no, that we reported, I think that was 2 weeks ago, it is a network of X or Twitter accounts, no. During that hearing, nabanggit po namin na that time we found 107 accounts. Pero ngayon it is upwards of 140 na. No, yung na-monitor namin. And these accounts have been coordinated, no. Simultaneous silang nagpo-post at nag-share ng mga content na number one, yung Polvoron video that has already been debunked, no, yung video ng ating Pangulo. Number two, nag-share sila sabay-sabay ng series of news articles that are published in Chinese language websites. And since Chinese language, Chinese din yung lengguwahe po ng article, sinishare nila yon sabay-sabay. And at the same time, nagsishare po sila ng content related to the Vice President, no? And yung timing po ng pag-tweet nila, nung sabay-sabay na paglalabas po ng mga tweets na ito, coincides, no, with news dito sa Pilipinas. So, for example, yung lumabas na Polvoron video na sabay-sabay po nilang tinweet nung November 11, no? This activity happened a few days after pinirmahan yung batas on the West Philippine Sea, yung Maritime Baselines Law and Sea Lanes Act, no? Also, we are thinking, no, although inaaral pa namin yung idea na yun, pero 11/11 is a strong day for social media use, no? So perhaps they were trying to ride on that, no? Yung links and screenshots of the news articles written in Chinese are also follows yung ganong style ng pagpo-post, no, yung timing. At the same time, pati yung related to the Vice President also follows that nung kasabay nung mga discoveries and yung mga pangyayari dun sa Quadcom hearing regarding the OVP and the Department of Education. So ngayon po, ongoing pa rin yung aming investigation, no, into that. We have released 5 stories tungkol doon. And as of 11 a.m. kanina umaga, we have found again 140 accounts and 1,734 tweets. No, these tweets, ito po yung pinaka-common na question na nakukuha ko about this story, no. Yung tweets, wala silang masyadong wala silang nakukuha masyadong engagement, no. Pero it's the attempt that we are measuring, no. So right now, yung measurement is at 1,734 tweets. Yan po, Mr. Chair.
So, ang ibig bang sabihin nun, yung the platform that you're using is yung Twitter, your X ngayon?
Yes po, sa Twitter po namin sila na-monitor. We cannot say if active din po ba sila sa ibang social media. We have not monitored that yet kasi yung resources po namin maliit lang din po yung manpower namin. Pero yung na-trip po namin na nakuha namin, nahuli namin na activity was on Twitter.
Okay, so you said earlier kayo ay fact checkers, correct?
Yes,
And
Mr.
you're
Chair.
not in any way a government agency or a unit of a government agency.
No, Mr. Chair.
Private kayo.
Yes po.
At ginagawa niyo to, bakit?
We are journalists, no? So I think it's part of our mandate.
And
to
because
also fact check.
you're a journalist, ang ibig bang sabihin, yung iyong fact-checking methodology are bound by rules and regulations under the code of conduct ng mga journalist.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I am a member of the NUJP. We have a code of conduct code of ethics for journalists, no? We are also a part of the IFC and the International Fact-Checking Network. This is a group of fact-checkers sa buong mundo, no, at matindi po yung kanilang process, no, sa pag-ensure sa pagpapasok ng mga members, talagang very deliberate, no, talagang detalyado. On our website, when we do our fact checks, nandun din po yung aming fact checking policy. We are very transparent sa kung paano kami nagpa-fact check. In-explain namin doon lahat ng processes that we take, no, lahat ng measures that we take to ensure yung fact check namin ay maayos. This is also the same for other members of the IFCN, including also yung mga Filipino organizations like the previously invited Verifiles po. No?
Okay. So, yung grupo nyo has the technical capability to determine what is fake and what is real. Sabi nyo kasi nagpa-fact check kayo, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, on a certain level, yes po.
Okay, so if assuming a content or a post is discovered by you to be fake or false, what do you do? Anong ginagawa nyo? Kayo ba ay nagpo-post din na ito ay mali, ito ay kalokohan, ito ay kasinungalingan? Gumagawa ba kayo ng ganun?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. We publish news, fact-check articles on our website.
So only on your website? You don't share it with other websites or other platforms?
Ganito po, after we post the investigation of the fact check on our website, we create collaterals, no, na mga graphics, video. We also create TikTok videos explaining yung mga fact check po na nilalabas natin. And through our partnerships with other news organizations, minsan under the agreements is mag-ano kami, content sharing. No, so for example, we have a partnership with the University of the Philippines, yung check.ph na initiative na ginagawa nila tuwing elections. Kapag may fact check kami, sinishare po ng iba pang mga members ng coalition na yun, yung story namin. So at the same time, ganoon din po, kapag may mga fact check stories sila, sinishare din po namin. So it's an effort.
So para lang sa kaalaman namin, no, halimbawa, meron kayong pinact check at nakita nyo nga na ito ay fake news. So you immediately create contents that would determine that this post is a fake post or fake content, ganon?
Yes, it will start po with an investigation, with a study.
And then you share this with other platforms.
Yes po, that we are partners with. Yes.
Okay, and these are, ano mga platforms ito? TikTok, sabi mo kanina, TikTok, no?
Yes po, we have a TikTok channel, Press1PH. We are also present on Facebook and on Twitter. Tapos may YouTube din po kami, where we have a podcast and videos then on fact-checking.
Did you ever experience that when you do your fact-checking and post something, they take it down? The platform takes it down?
Hindi naman po, awa ng Diyos, no? Wala po kaming ganong experience, no?
Okay.
Kasi we are registered po as a news website on Facebook, no? And I think sa X verified din po kami as yung account namin on X or Twitter is also verified. Tapos sa YouTube, meron po kaming enough subscribers, I think, that will make sure na hindi mangyayari po sa amin yung ganun, no? We are also at some point we were recognized by Google as a trusted media organization. No?
So sometimes, kagaya kanina, no, may tanong, yung sa YouTube, does YouTube use you as a fact checker for them? Or any other social media platform?
Hindi po kami part
So independent kayo?
Yes po.
So they did not engage you or hire you or contracted you to be one of the fact checkers of their platform?
Hindi po, we are not a third party fact checker of any platform.
Okay. But yung inyong NGO, we call this an
It's a media group, yes. We are non-government news organization.
Okay. So meaning in the performance of your fact checking, you are governed by certain rules under the NUJP.
Under a lot of body, no? So kasama na rin dun, I think, yung ethics that we've learned from journalism school, no?
Okay.
And all that, no? And also as well, no, on top of the NUJ, sorry po.
The reason why I'm asking that question is kasi suddenly nga, ito nga pagkakaroon ng social media platforms, marami po tayong mga kababayan na bigla na lang naging journalist, eh. Diba? At yung iba, suddenly, no, in the guise of freedom of expression, no, I don't know if they really understand, no, kung ano yung distinction ng freedom of expression at saka yung probably violations that they have committed, no, in that particular right, no. So bigla silang biglang dumami ang mga yan, eh, and they're suddenly coming out with several news and projecting it to be totoo or dapat paniwalaan. Kaya nga kumalat yung mga ganito. And there are only very few, no, purveyors of fake news. And alam nyo naman siguro kung sino yung mga yan. Can you name at least one purveyor of fake news that you have discovered in your fact checking?
Mr. Chair, medyo may na-hot seat po ako, no? Pero top of mind po, wala akong mabanggit na pangalan ngayon, I guess. No, pero more on the narratives po kasi, no? We focus on the narrative. So for example, the biggest narrative that we've seen, no, that has been disproven is let's say the Marcos Gold, no, na they are saying na may toneladang ginto when in fact may mga previous na studies na nagpatunay na sukat lang, no, kung ilang ginto na ba yung na-discover at nahukay sa buong mundo, no. So marami pong ganong klaseng mga narratives na lumalabas, and also specifically po yung narratives na lumabas sa report na nilabas po na share namin dito noong nakaraang session po.
So Are you a journalism graduate?
Yes po, I am also studying, I'm also taking up masters ng journalism sa UST ngayon. And I
Okay.
graduated po sa letra ng AB.
What is your take? What is your opinion on the purveyors of fake news in the social media? Bilang isang journalist na alam mo na meron kayong disiplina, meron kayong code of conduct, and meron dapat ethics, no, na sinusunod o pamantayan ang mga journalist. And then suddenly, you see a lot of purveyors of fake news in the social media. How do you feel as a journalist? As a real journalist, hindi yung mga pseudo-journalist.
Honestly po, medyo mahirap siya sa aming trabaho, no? Kasi ako personally, for example, since we have a TikTok and YouTube channel, when I create explainer videos on fact-checking and the investigative work that we do, tas minsan naka-classify ako as a vlogger and a purveyor also of fake news kasi may mga trolls na nagagalit sa akin when I do the work that I do. No? So, it makes our job harder. No, but at the same time, I think it's very important to find a distinction between journalists and purveyors of fake news. No, so the very moment na you step outside the ethics, no, of being a journalist, no, talagang masasabi naman natin na there's a stark difference between the two.
Okay, salamat sa information. I'd like to direct my questions now to the KBP. Mr. Chair, Attorney, tanong ko lang po, ilan na po ang members ngayon ng KBP?
Mr. Chair, there are about networks of more than 110 already.
110.
More than that. I don't know. the
Can you elaborate further? 110 members or 110 paano po ba yan?
networks, yes. Although the number of stations reach about 500.
But only 110 are members.
The radio stations and TV stations are owned by the members.
Okay. So it doesn't follow that if you have 500 members, 500 din yung number ng KBP. Tama po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, the fact that we have more than 110 members doesn't mean to say that there are only 110 stations. There can be more stations because one member can have
Ayan,
several
tama.
stations.
Yeah. Thank you for that information. So, yan po ba namo-monitor nyo yung kanilang mga broadcasts, no? Your KBP is monitoring radio and TV. Tama po ba?
Not that won't be accurate. We rely on information given to us and we investigate based on the information given to us or complaints.
Yeah, but complaints on, say, personalities that are using networks. Kunyari, yung mga broadcaster, ganyan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For example, yung mga black timers.
Okay. Sa mga I was going to that question actually. Yung mga black timers, no, na hindi naman membro ng KBP, but uses the network as their way of, say, maybe hitting on somebody. Hindi ho ba yan sakop ng KBP? Wala ho bang karampatang parusa yung network for allowing black timers to go overboard?
Mr. Chair, the network is responsible for persons going on the air in their stations. And if it is regular, they should be accredited by the KBP.
Okay.
So black timers who go on the air regularly must have KBP accreditation. If the station or the network allows a non-accredited person to go regularly on the air, there's a violation of the Code of Ethics.
So meaning, a non-member of the KBP cannot use the network to broadcast.
Non-accredited broadcaster.
Non-accredited.
Yes.
So very clear po yun. Halimbawa ho, si Congressman Paduano, suddenly, bigla ho naging radio commentator. Nag-block time po siya sa isang radio station. And he starts hitting Congressman Manuel and saying things that are not true. Sino ang may liability? Si Congressman Paduano o yung network?
In addition to the liability of the block timer himself, the network has also a responsibility or can
Ayun.
be held liable.
At least malinaw po na parehang may liability because they should be responsible in whatever they broadcast.
Yes, in fact, the responsibility extends to putting the black timer off the air if they continue to violate KBP ethics.
Oo. So ang halimbawa ho, kasi ito, nagkaroon ho tayo na, kung naalala nyo, nung panahon na meron tayong COVID, marami hong mga lumalabas na mga information tungkol sa COVID eh. In fact, marami rin lumalabas na information na huwag kayong magpabakuna kasi pag nagpabakuna kayo, mamamatay kayo. So, it affected the program of the national government in the vaccination program for all our citizens, no? So, yun, kaya nga napakahalaga talaga na meron tayong regulasyon doon sa mga kasi maraming naggagaling-galingan diyan sa when they speak like a medical doctor even if they're not. When they speak, they speak like a member of the Supreme Court even if they're not lawyers. Some of them speak like, they're more popish than the Pope. Can you believe that? I mean, when they start speaking about certain issues, parang they speak with the authority na wala namang basihan. Kaya napakahalaga ho. Kayo po bilang KBP, ilang taon na po kayong chairman dyan, sir? Attorney.
I'm not the chairperson, Your Honor. I'm the general counsel.
You're the general counsel. And would you agree that there must be some sort of a regulatory policy in the use of the social media platforms in the country?
I agree that there must be some form of self-regulation.
Self-regulation, hindi
yes.
po government regulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Of course,
I'm sorry. The success of the KBP and the Ad Standards Council is founded on self-regulation. Membership is voluntary. That is why they voluntarily adhere to the code of ethics. There is, if they don't believe in it, they get out.
Okay.
But the point is, since it is self-regulation and voluntary in nature, there is more reason for the members to follow the rules.
Okay, magandang point po yun, no? Because may dalawang schools of thought to. One is that the government must come up with a law regulating or a regulatory policy in the use of social media platforms. Sa inyo naman po, walang gobyerno kundi self-regulatory. Tama, Tama po ba, attorney?
Yes po, pero meron kami mga provisions in our code of ethics that are based on law. For example, libel.
Yes.
It's adopted in our code of ethics.
That's right, yeah.
So my legal basis, and as we always try to impress upon the new members, there's a difference between self-regulation and censorship. Self-regulation is self-restraint. Censorship is government restraint.
Okay. Now, does it necessarily follow, attorney, that when the government comes up with a regulatory policy, is that already censorship or stifling of the freedom of expression?
Not necessarily, Your Honor.
Unless it is clear in the law, correct?
Yes, and especially should not constitute prior restraint.
Yes, correct. We perfectly understand that kasi alam naman po natin kung ano po yung mga nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. That's why we're careful, no? If the Congress passes a law that is unconstitutional, people can go to the Supreme Court and question that, di ba? Kaya naman kaya nga ho kami nangungonsulta, no? Gusto naming marinig mula po sa mga practitioners, sa mga actors kung ano yung mga dapat naming ilagay sa aming committee report, po yung magsusulat na ng aming report tungkol dito sa layunin ng committee ito. And we value the opinions of experts, no, in this in the broadcast and broadcast industry as well as the opinions of experts. Himay-himayin din po namin yan dahil gagawa din po kami ng posibleng batas, no, na magiging produkto nitong ano na ito. Gusto ko lang ipakita, Mr. Chair, just a very short and I'd like to ask the committee secretary to please show on our screen, no. Halimbawa po itong andito sana nga yung ibang mga vloggers no. Meron po akong can we ask okay, meron pong screenshot ng dalawang Facebook post na nakuhaan ng Philippine Star, no? Bago ito ma-delete noong 2022, kung saan pinost ni Mr. J. Sonsa ang mga lalagyan ng inuming pinadala ni dating Vice President Robredo sa Marawi noong 2017. Ito po, ayan. Try to read what the text says, no? Sabi diyan, ang ganda naman ng lalagyan ng tubig inumin nila, mga pinaglagyan ng pintura, matibay at maraming laman, may lead content pa. Aangat nga kaya ang buhay ng gagamit nito, no? To me, no, I am not an expert, but sa akin, pag nabasa ko yan, ang aking opinion dyan, nagpadala po ng tubig doon sa mga biktima ng Marawi Siege. Dahil isa pong nangangailangan po ang mga tao dyan, no? At imbis na suportahan, ay siniraan, no? Ngayon, syempre, nakabasa niyan, baka hindi na uminom. Sabi, may lead content pala yan, baka lason yan. Diba? Imbis nga, kaya nga ako iinom dahil gusto kong mabuhay. Diba? Yun ang gusto nating ipakita, no? Kasi gusto ko sanang tanungin sa kanya, kung bago niya pinost ito, nagkaroon ba siya ng considerations gaya halimbawa nung posibleng concern o takot na maaaring madulot nitong post na ito sa mga citizens o yung mga tatanggap niyan tubig na yan na pinamigay nila, no? O pagkatapos mong ma-post ito, a few days later on, nag-release po ng official statement ang donors na itong mga tubig na to ay may food grade, no? Safe for use at walang toxic materials ang mga lalagyan o water filtration buckets na dinonate nila sa Angat Buhay para sa Marawi matapos itong pinadala doon. Ngayon, nung lumabas po na food grade ito, dinelete ho agad yung post. Diba? Ano yung punto kong gustong sabihin? Ang punto ko dito, dinelete mo dahil bakit? Dahil nakita mo na food grade pala yan, mali pala yung sinabi ko may lead content. Bakit hindi ka nag-post na mga kababayan, nagkamali ako, sinabi kong may lead content yan, yung pala ay food grade yan. No, this is the type of responsibility that we want to demand to these kinds of vloggers, no, or those content creators na sinasabi natin. Now, another post. Can you please show the next slide? Oh, ayan, kagaya niya, halimbawa, eto, may pagka, di ba? Tingnan mo yung sinabi niya, no? Imbis na yung mga target ng DepEd ang lumaki, PUDAY yung lumaki. Di ba? Di ba? Hindi ba, ito ba itama? Di ba? So, ito yung mga sinasabi natin, no? For those who are responsible for all this, meron ba kayong ginawa after nyong nilabas ito at sinabi nyo na napatunayan na kayo ay nagpapakalat ng fake news? Wala naman kayong ginawa eh. Hindi ba? Yung next, pakipakita yung next. Ayan, basahin nyo. Kung nakikita nyo yung nasa ibabaw, ano yung nakasulat? Medyo may bastos eh. Pwede bang i-enlarge yan? Pakiano lang, para lang nakikita natin. Pwede bang palakihin yan? Yung post na yan ay galing daw kay Mr. C, no? Mr. C, no? Baka si Xi Jinping ito eh. Ano yung sinasabi? Basahin niyo kung ano yung sinasabi. I leave that to your imagination, ladies and gentlemen, no? So, ang tanong, meron kayong pinost na ganito, no? January 17 lang pala to, bago, kung saan pinapatamaan nila si Senator De Lima na naging sangkot sa issue ng pakikipagrelasyon, no? Sa kanyang driver daw noon, no? Bakit kaya niya binring up ito? When he could have just posted the picture without the caption. Diba? Because malisyoso yung kanyang intention. Hindi po ba? Diba? Sa ating mga vloggers nandito ngayon, ano sa tingin nyo? Diba? Oh. Next, pakidala nyo dun sa next. Yung isa pa. Ayan. NEDA, PSA technocrats, the last bastion of truth, decency, and self-respect have been bought and compromised. Kung papayagan natin yung mga ganito, it may create confusion among our people. Di ba lahat po tayo may access sa social media eh. Yung high school, elementary students, meron ng access yan sa social media. Kung nakakabasa sila ng ganito, di ba? Ito lang ho ay ibang example na gusto naming ipakita. And marami pa sana kaming ipapakita kung nag-attend yung ibang nag-a-attend na inimbitahan namin. Kasi we wanted to ask them. Di ba? What motivated you to post this? Di ba? Example, di ba? Yung mga ganong klaseng post. Bakit nyo nilabas ito? May ibig ba kayong sabihin? Meron ba kayong gustong iparating? Meron ba kayong gustong gawin? Is this suppression of the freedom of expression? Just because we wanted to ask? And because we want to craft a policy so that this social media platforms will not be abused by some people? Sabagay, ganun talaga eh. Pagka, ika nga, sa isang basket ng itlog, merong bulok eh. Diba? Ilan lang naman yung mga bugok na yan, no? Unfortunately, may iba dyan na may pinag-aralan naman sana. Hindi ko maintindihan, ba't ganun eh? Yun lang vulgar, using profanities and vulgar words. This reflects on their personality. And sad to say, this also reflects on how they were raised by their families, by their parents. Kakaya naman sa mga magulang nyo. Meron dyan, yung laos na. No? Nagpapasikat pa. Siguro gustong kumita eh. Laos na nga eh. Ito, next post please. Yan. Tingnan nyo to. PBBM at Speaker Romualdez pinagkakatiwalaan ng maraming Pinoy. Meron pong survey dyan. Meron pong nilabas na ganyang ano. Pero tingnan nyo yung caption sa ibabaw. Hindi po yan news. Hanap buhay po yan ng bayarang mga mamamahayag. Kayo ba mga journalist, papayag kayo na ginaganyan kayo nitong pseudo-journalist? I'm sure kayo mismo, because you love your profession, you worked hard to become journalist, pinag-aralan niyo yan, and yet somebody who is not even a journalist will say these things sa industriya ninyo. Nakakalungkot na meron tayong mga ganito eh. Hindi nga natin malaman kung ito ba ay motivation ba nito because gusto ng engagement, gustong maraming likes, shares, and ano ba isa? Views para ma-monetize, or I don't know, somebody may, perhaps is paying them. We don't know. Ito. Next please. Yan. Basahin nyo. COMELEC is aiding corrupt politicians to remain in power. Pumayag sa ayuda distribution na kimiting kay BBM at Lisa na may mga endorsong kandidato. Parang alam na alam niya eh. Diba? Parang alam na alam niya eh. At when she tells a story, it's as if she has personal knowledge of this. Hindi ba dapat we should call their attention dahil dito? Hindi mo natin sila pinipigilan. Kung ayaw nyo sa politiko, wala namang problema. 24 hours kayo magsalita dyan. Wala, hanggang mapagod kayo, hanggang magsawa kayo. Di ba? Pwede nyong gawin yun. Walang problema dyan eh. Pero wag mo akong mumurahin. Gusto mo akong murahin, sabihin mo sa akin harapan, wag dyan sa social media. Dahil ako ika nga, sabi ni Congressman Paduano, ako ay may pinag-aralan. Ayaw kong nilalabas yung ganyan sa social media. Hindi ba? So again, Mr. Chair, I just wanted for this discussion to be, so to speak, realistic. Meron lang po tayong pinakitang mga ganito, no? And there are a lot of these kinds of posts that we feel are baseless and unfounded and only meant to defame, discredit, and destroy the person. Ayun ang gusto nating i-check, no? Ngayon, ang tanong, yan ba ay suppression of freedom of expression? Just because we want to check this? No. Yun ang masakit, di ba? Oh. I am sure after this hearing, left and right na yan, bantayan nyo. Sigurado ako, hindi ako nagkakamali. Oh. Yun na nga titira sila sa social media. Buti pa kayo nandirito, dito humarap kayo Di ba? Humarap kayo. Kayo magpapatunay na kami dito ay wala hong intensyon para kayo'y sinasabi nila. Ano yung sinabi ni Congressman Paduano? I-detain daw sila. O i-contempt daw sila. So, Mr. Chairman, sorry for taking so much of the time. I just wanted to be realistic in these efforts to really correct, no? And maybe come up with a regulatory policy in the use of our social media platforms in the country. Just like what other countries are doing. Because they've done that, these are best practices, ba't hindi natin gayahin? O gumawa tayo ng angkop sa ating kultura, angkop sa ating buhay bilang Pilipino. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chairman.
Yes, the Honorable Paduano is
Just for
recognized.
committee's and chairman consideration, Mr. Chairman. A while ago, I moved that we issue a subpoena to Miss Batalya, and the COMSEC give me the medical certificate issued to her by by Dr. Mark Lester, C, internal medicine. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, with this medical certificate that have to be confirmed, I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that the subpoena issued to Ms. Batalya will be held in abeyance until such time that we can really check and confirm the medical condition of Ms. Batalya. So move, Mr. Chairman. And with that, Mr. Chairman, in relation to that, may I respectfully move that we direct COMSEC to check on this the veracity of this medical certificate that was sent to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection to the motion of the Paduano to verify the veracity of the medical certificate issued to Ms. Batalya? Hearing none, the motion is carried. COMSEC, please take note. Any member who would wish to interpolate? Wala na?
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may.
Madam Tikia.
Please consider also legislation on laws targeting disinformation, electoral interference, and foreign information manipulation and interference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kia.
Mr. Chairman, if I just a few minutes, I just got this text, no? Ito maganda kasi this, I don't know who a certain Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez, no, posted. Sabi niya, aside from Duke Frasco, Congressman Duke Frasco is our deputy speaker, Ace Barbers is also one of the most stupid congressman ever. Fact yan, sabi niya. Oh. Eh, bakla ka pala eh. Oh. Di ba? Fact din yan. Di ba? Oh. Ngayon, stupid ka din. No, sorry, no, but I'm just stating a fact. I'm just stating a fact, Mr. Chair, no? Eh, sa tingin ko, that's the way they do things, eh. Diba? That's the way they do things. Eh. Then it's not, I'm just stating this for the record that I just received this picture. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hindi rin pala ako nag-iisa. Sabi ng aking anak, marami pala tayo. But anyway, before we suspend the hearing, pwede ko po bang tanungin sa inyo, could you cite any good effect of fake news insofar as our society and countries are concerned? Meron ba kayong yes,
yung fake news po minsan good po siya kapag yung sinusuportahan mo kandidato yung nakikinabang eh. Kasi kung yung side nyo yung mananalo dahil sa fake news, eh good para sa inyo. Pero po sa buong bayan, syempre kawawa po. Ganun po kasi talaga eh. Propaganda po siya eh. Yun
pero
naman din po
katanungan
talaga
ko
yun.
po, ano po ang good effect nitong fake news sa ating sosyedad at sa ating bansa? Hindi dun sa tao.
Tao po. Yun lang po ang problema po. Eh kung yung na-elect po, magaling naman o maayos naman, hindi matutulungan po yung buong bansa. Kaso po, syempre, nagkakaroon po tayo ng kultura ng fake news eh. Kaya yun po yung masama po doon. Pero yun nga po, pag ikaw yung mga supporter nung kandidatong gumagamit ng fake news, di maganda para sa inyo. Ganun po ang lumalabas po ngayon.
Eh, ibig sabihin, nauuna yung persona kaysa doon sa ating
Opo,
bansa.
ganun po. In fact po, like I said po nung nakaraang hearing, may mga kababayan po tayo, alam naman nila na fake news, alam naman nila na hindi sigurado, pero i-share pa rin nila dahil nakakatulong dun sa kandidato na gusto nila. Yun po yung nakakalungkot po na nangyayari po ngayon.
Kasi hindi naman, yung fake news naman hindi naman sa eleksyon eh. Kung titingnan po natin, mas masama po ang epekto nito sa ating ekonomiya, sa ating kultura, at saka sa ating edukasyon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, sa tanong po nyo.
Yes.
Walang magandang idulot ang fake news. Pero may biro kami sa mga nasa legacy media, radio, television, print, na ang nadudulot ng fake news umaangat yung kredibilidad namin sa legacy media. Yun ang magandang resulta ng fake news. Mas nakikilala kaming truthful and accurate.
Kaya nga po yung aking premise Kwan Kasi dito sa Kongreso, yung kapakanan naman ng buong Pilipino at yung ating bansa dapat nangunguna. Kaya yun yung aking katanungan. Kasi kailan naging mabuti ang fake news para sa ating bansa, para sa sambayanan? Yun po yung aking katanungan Kasi yun naman ang nagiging problema natin Sinasabi natin marami ng purveyors of fake news. Pero ano ang kabutihan na idudulot dito para sa ating Pilipino, para sa ating bansa? Tama siguro yung sinabi na para sa isang kandidato, para sa tao lang na yun. Di po ba? Yes.
Mr. Chair, sa ganang amin po na mga manggagawa, wala pong puwang sa isang demokrasya ang pagpapakalat po ng mga misinformation, fake news, and disinformation. Ang pinakadihado po sa ganitong kalakaran at kultura ay mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
And would you agree with me that there are more ill effects of fake news to our society and to our country?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
hindi lang naman po itong sa larangan ng politika at nagagamit sa propaganda. Napapanood nyo siguro, no? Kahit si Doc Willie Ong, no? Na he's battling an infirmity right now. Nagagamit ang AI para magbenta siya ng mga medicine, kung ano-ano. Pati rin si Doktora Vicky Bello, nakikita nyo, nagbebenta siya ng mga produktong hindi naman sa kanya. So meron din tong economic repercussions, nasa-scam din ng mga tao. Fake news is also used to tarnish the reputation of so many women. Bilang chairperson po ng Committee on Women and Gender Equality, I really do not appreciate nga po yung paggamit to slut shame, to tarnish the reputation of so many decent women, and also yung edukasyon ng mga bata. Anong klaseng values ang nako-communicate natin sa mga kabataan, Mr. Chair?
Chair, dagdag ko
Yes,
rin ako doon.
Your Honor.
So, sa akin, Mr. Chair, wala talagang magandang idudulot yung fake news dahil ang purpose talaga nito ay manira at magbigay ng disinformation. At yun na nga, sa bahagi ng mga bata na karamihan ay gumagamit na rin ngayon ng ng anumang social media platform, yung mga words na mga bad words, no, na nakikita nila, naririnig nila, at nakikita nila yan sa kahit nasa mas mataas na posisyon, ay parang nakakaano yun, no, Mr. Chair, nakakasira yun doon sa moral ng mga bata. Kaya kapag nakita nila na tina-utter yon ng mga merong kapangyarihan, no, presidente, vice-presidente, tingin nila tama yun at ginagawa. So, ang sa observation nga po, sabi ng mga teachers, parang nagiging, ano na rin, sa bullying, Mr. Chair, no, nagiging, ano yan, talamak yung mga pagmumura, talamak yung mga pang-iinsulto, at nagiging, ano na rin, ng bullying. So, talagang dapat na, we as adults, no, yung gumagamit ng mga social media, maging responsible tayo doon sa paggamit ng mga words or terms dahil tinitingnan ito ng mga bata. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let me recognize the online presence of the Honorable Margarita Ignacia Nograles Almario. So, are we all in agreement that there are more harmful effects of fake news
Mr.
to
Chair,
our
pwede po
society
ba
and
magdagdag?
country?
Mr. Chair, pwede po magdagdag ng opinion about,
Yeah, pwede.
kasi po, beyond na, for example, yung last hearing, February 4, ang naging highlight po kasi noon, ang mas napag-usapan is yung confrontation between Congressman Marcoleta and Attorney Ricky Tomotorgo. Kasi, ang culture po kasi ng Pinoy, the more scandalous, the more controversial, the more confrontational, yun ang mas kinakagat ng Pinoy. Kaya parang ginagawa to rin ng iba is gumagawa ng mga ganyan, no, klaseng mga news. Pero kasi kung tatanungin niyo ako, yung last February 4 hearing, mas gusto ko yung naging usapan ni Congressman Adjong with the other resource person. Mas intellectual yung usapan. Kaso, ang mga Pinoy, since masa, mas gusto nila yung parang teleseryang style eh. Yung talagang nagmumura, nag-aaway, ganon. Yun ang kumakagat sa Pinoy. Kaya sikat ang teleserye, di ba? Sikat ang yung mga eksena na talagang maraming mumurahan, awayan. Kaya ganun ang Pinoy po kasi, yun ang kinakagat. Kaya yung mga vloggers, may tendency na gumagawa ng ganon. Kaya kahit ayaw nila para kumita, gumagawa ng ganon.
Pero ang tanong po tama po ba yun?
Yung nga po, hindi nga po tama.
Kung hindi tama, hindi po dapat itama natin through regulation.
Yes, I agree po.
That would be the appropriate thing to do.
Yes, I agree po. Pero sir, dapat nga, katulad yung recommendation ni Ms. Malu Tiki last February 4, dapat po is yung pag magkaroon ng balita na fake, dapat sagutin nyo agad. Halimbawa, may fake news about Congressman Barbers. Dapat siya mismo, sasagutin niya agad. Kasi di ba kanina minention nyo, pag kayo hindi nyo pinapansin, ini-ignore nyo lang, ayaw nyo ma-stress. Kaya lang, habang pinapatagal natin yon, the more na hinahayaan natin siya, yung balita na yon, the more na kumakalat kasi ang Pinoy nga, kinakagat nila yung mga ganyang scandalous na stories.
That's a very sad commentary about the Filipino, if I'm
Sadly, ganun
concerned.
po.
Ganun
Ganun
na
nga po.
makababa ang pagtingin natin sa kapwa Pilipino natin.
Well, hindi naman po lahat. Kaso, di ba, kulang nga tayo sa awareness. And then, karamihan ng population natin, mas marami ang lower class. Kukunti lang po yung talagang mga upper classes.
Hindi naman po kailangan maging upper class para magkaroon po ng common sense at saka konting intelligence.
Well, yes.
Di po ba?
Kaya lang, pag surrounded
Sabi
po
nga nila,
kayo,
common sense, pero it's not common to all.
o kaya lang po sa pag surrounded kayo, pag within your circle, ay yun ang sinasabi, yun ang kwento, may tendency na mahawa ka. Di ba? Paligid mo, barkado mo, ganun.
Yun po yung sinasabi nila na Eli repeated so many times.
Yes,
Some
correct.
semblance of truth.
Oo.
Pero, hindi dapat ganun ang kaisipan natin eh.
Kaya nga the more, sir, na pag may lumalabas sa fake news, the more i-drown natin siya with the real news. Maglabas tayo ng news na totoo. I-correct agad natin. Huwag natin patagalin. Huwag natin i-ignore.
Ang punto lang namin dito is since these things are harmful to our society and to our country, dapat it should be regulated. Yun po yung kwan. But other people who are involved in this kind of business, ayaw po nila ma-regulate. Tingnan mo yung rason nila. Freedom. You're infringing on my freedom of speech and expression. When they know for a fact that the freedom that they're talking of is not absolute.
Actually, yung proposal ko po na binibigay ko po kay Congressman Barbers is, inilabas ko na po actually sa mga group ng mga vloggers. I belong to several groups po kasi. And nakakuha na po ng mga feedback. And yun nga po, mas gusto nga po nila yung may regulation. Kaya lang, worried nga sila na yung baka ma-restrict, mawala yung creativity nila, mawala yung freedom talaga to be creative on their expression. Kaya kasi nga ang sumisikat kasi nga po yung mga mga scandalous, mga traps, mga scripted na mga stories. So yun ang talagang bumibenta sa tao.
Kaya nga po, ang sabi ko, on my part, it's a very sad commentary of the Filipino.
Yes.
Yun po yung akin. Kung yun ang ginugusto natin, yung mga hindi po nakakabuti para sa ating kapwa Pilipino at para sa ating bansa, I'm sorry, hindi po ako natutuwa sa ganun eh. Personally.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
if I may, on your question, no, false news does not have any positive impact in the nation and in nation building. But you have to understand that chismis is shared almost often, yung word of mouth. Now add technology, it becomes viral. So like what I said in the first hearing, yung 3-second rule, whether you consider that as clickbait, the examples presented a while ago, they use short captions to really get the attention. But the worst part of that is, especially during elections, imagine voters voting because of fake news. That's a failure of democracy. That's a failure of nationhood. So that's why I am here and sharing that we really need to regulate, and we really need to have some way of reckoning where those who are posting recklessly need to answer. And that's the reason why I support the initiative of the two committees. But sir, it is not only in politics that it happens. It happens in among products, among companies, among brands. And the more heated the framing, the positioning becomes fodder for sharing. And that's a problem that I think every one of us need to recognize, from the user and to the content creators and to legislators. We just have to find a common ground. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we must find a balance, a win-win solution. Yun naman ang objective natin dito eh. So,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
yes.
Yung pong sa nasabi ni Ma'am sa products and brands na mga fake news, I think doon po pwedeng pumasok na din yung sa DOH, yung sa DTI. Sila po ang pwedeng mag-regulate na for ganong mga klaseng like yung kay Doc Willie Ong kung may produktong, kasi parang false advertising. Pwede na pong iyan ng FDA, ng DOH, and yung sa mga kumpanya sa DTI. Pero yung sa political news po ang medyo mahirap din talagang kontrolin. Ang problema po kasi, Mr. Chair, yung pong mga hindi nag-attend po ngayon, syempre po nasasabihan sila na nagpapakalat ng fake news yung iba sa kanila. Ang problema, Mr. Chair, kapag nagpalit po ng presidente o naging presidente po yung sinusuportahan po nila, sila na po yung totoo. Kami na po yung fake news. Ganun po kasi yung nangyayari. Yun po yung problema po talaga. Kung sino po ang yun po ang worry ko din na kung sino yung nakaupo, kung pangit yun yung fake news. Kung sino yung kumukontra sa nakaupo, yun yung fake news. Yun lang din po yung worry ko na nagagamit po sa ganun. So maganda po ma-establish pong mabuti kung ano yung talaga ibig sabihin ng salitang fake news. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I comment on that, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair? Yes. Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair, the more reason for this committee to come up with a policy so that hindi siya hindi yung sabi mo nga kung sino presidente, doon pupunta silang tama. Tapos kung iba naman na maging presidente, nagkataon na hindi magkasundo, doon naman papanig yung ibang mga vloggers. The more reason for us to establish really, sabi nga ni Chairman Romy Acop, a balancing measure para we protect the freedom of expression. At the same time, you also protect individual rights against defamation, etc. At saka yung collective na interest ng bansa natin. Kanina na sinabi dito ni Commodore na meron talagang attempt ang China to infiltrate their own narrative in confusing the public in the Philippines na para magkaroon tayo ng alanganin na hindi suportahan yung stand ng Pilipinas pagdating sa West Philippine Sea. So all of these things, Mr. Chair, and with your comment, sir, the more reason for us to really come up with an enabling law. Yung sinabi nga ni Congresswoman Roman, magkaroon ng digital na Council of the Philippines. Kasi nakita natin, Mr. Chair, sa community, this is an emerging industry and it's a community na wala silang self-regulatory mechanism. Compare mo doon sa mga journalists na they have the KBP. They have a set of standards where all of the members of KBP have to follow. And if there's going to be violation of the guidelines, meron silang internal sanction on their members. Dito kasi sa social media, wala talagang ganong self-governing or imposed na set of standards, ethical standards that they need to comply. So I think, Mr. Chair, since wala silang ganong klaseng internal na sarili ng regulation, I think that's where the government would supply and offer this mechanism so that we can regulate yung mga sinasabi nating mga pag-proliferate ng mga hindi tamang impormasyon. So I thank you for that comment kasi doon nagpapakita na makes it more important for us to come up with a policy para yung sinasabi mong hindi ma-open sa partisanship yung ganitong klaseng pagdi-disseminate ng mga informasyon sa publiko. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any member who would want to say anything else? None? From the resource persons?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just some points. while fake news doesn't bring the nation anything, we gain nothing from it. Let's also not forget that internet or social media has democratized access to social media or access to media. And this has allowed even the common person to participate in public discourse. So yun lang po ang sana wag natin makalimutan when we try to find a balance between regulation of the platforms. Definitely there must be some form of regulation on content, whether self-regulation or legislative. But there's a balance to be struck, Your Honors. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
na-mention ko na rin po kasi last, yung first joint meeting, na we have a organization na we self-regulate. Kami mismo, nag-regulate kami within among ourselves. And then at the same time, we share, we create workshops, we gather every year regularly. Meron kaming annual na gathering, tinatawag namin year-end gathering, where we remind ourselves of that. And then we conduct yung mga workshops, mga talks, and then we invite fellow bloggers, fellow content creators. Share namin yon. Kaya lang, very informal. Wala pong written. Kumbaga, within ourselves nga. Kasi it works naman. For example, in our case, wala kami mga kaso na nakasuhan kami ng nagkakalat ka ng fake news. Kasi we regulate ourselves. It works. So, yung pag-require sa government, okay naman po. Kaya lang, yung nga, maraming natatakot doon dahil nga, baka it will involve na may magbabayaran, mababawasan yung aming mga opportunities, ganun like that and that. So may mga peers na ganun. So dapat linawin talaga natin yung regulations natin.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I think I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't say this. It's good no, that Congressman Barbers mentioned yung sa Egypt that there are laws governing yung fake news and all that. But then again, I think the Congress would do good no if they review kung ano yung sinasabi rin nung mga tao na nakatira sa mga bansa na may mga ganitong klaseng batas. No, so for example, yung sa Egypt, right now I am looking at a study by the Lowy Institute that called the law as a tool no for censorship. No, I'm reading a story from The Guardian showing na may mga journalists that was raided no yung mga bahay nila ni raid no inarrest dinampot yung mga journalists. May isa pang case na kasama pa yung sanggol na anak. And tapos ang ginamit na batas is itong fake news, anti-fake news laws na existing there, no. The Philippines would do good if we study itong mga cases po na ito nang maiwasan po natin na mangyari sa atin. The other who are in China living in fear, no, because of laws such as this na we-weaponize. No, it's good na the idea is rooted in self-regulation. No, that is very good. I would also like to suggest no that we involve yung mga journalism groups. No, for example, the NUJP, journalism, the academe. No, they will have a lot to contribute sa conversation na to, and I also strongly believe that education is still the first step. No, yung media information literacy sa Pilipinas is very young. Nag-start lang siya kasabay nung senior high program natin, and I think we should start sooner. No, children already have access to social media even before they have access to teachers. No? So I think we should also start there.
Yeah. For your information, we have already a copy of the Network Enforcement Act of 2017 of Germany. It requires social media platforms to remove hate speech or fake news within 24 hours or face heavy penalties. We also have from France the fake news law of 2018. It allows authorities to remove fake news during election periods, and courts can also block false info quickly. And from Singapore, Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act of 2019. So it allows the government to order corrections or removals of false statements online. But they have one criticism common. It could be used to silence dissent. So, as I've said a while ago, when we will craft a law on this matter, we must strike a balance. As I've said a while ago. So, meron na po kami nito talaga. So, anything else? Yes.
Mr. Chair, tanong lang kay Mr. Ross kasi nabanggit niya kanina meron daw silang organization, silang mga vloggers. Mr. Chair, ilan ang current na bilang ng mga miyembro ng inyong organization?
Actually, sir, wala po kaming exact number kasi we invite everyone from different organizations. Kasi ang nangyayari po kasi, napakaraming organizations ng mga vloggers. Iba-ibang grupo. Kaya lang, nagkakasama-sama rin kami. Kaya we don't really count the numbers, but for example, we have thousands per organization and then we gather together then. So, mixed din nangyayari po. So, kumaga, hindi nga, very informal nga po talaga. Kasi we don't have membership talaga na we have to register and then you have to pay a membership fee. Walang ganon.
And Mr. Chair, bahagi po ba ng network nila? Kasi nga, yun, loose siya. Pero bahagi din ba ng mga naaabot, nakakausap, at nakakapag-converse ba kayo dun sa mga ibang pinatawag ng komite pero hindi nakasipot? Are they part of your circle or network?
Committee, sir? Anong committee?
Yung mga na-invite, pero hindi pumunta dito.
Yeah, I know some of them. Naging kasama ko yun sa group before. Yung mga ibang political bloggers na nandun. Actually, nagkasama-sama rin kami. And then, within our group, nagkaroon din kami ng mga ganun nga, confrontation dahil hindi rin kami nagkasundo-sundo. And then, nagkahiwa-hiwalay din kami dahil nga, iba-iba nga yung mga parang iba-iba yung gusto nila. Iba-iba mangyari. Pag meron kasing parang competition ng leadership, doon nagkakaroon ng problema. Everyone, meron kasing nagiging parang dominating or na gustong sila mag-lead ng group. And then, so kumukontra yung mga members. Ayaw nila ng gano'n na kinokontrol sila. Yun ang problem po ng regulation nga. Kapag may kumukontrol na a select few, doon nagkakaroon ng parang resistance.
Okay. Thanks for that, Mr. Chair. Doon na lang sa nabanggit ni Mr. Balbedina, doon sa kahalagahan talaga ng pag-educate sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa mga kabataan nga, napaka-accessible na ng mga smartphones na nagiging daluyan nga ng access sa mga online platforms. Mr. Chair, for the record lang din ng committee natin, this representation has filed a bill para ma-institutionalize sa curriculum nating mga kabataan ang critical media and info literacy. Dahil nabanggit nga ng DepEd ng isang resource person natin sa nakaraang hearing na yung media and information literacy sa ngayon ay tinuturo lang siya sa isang quarter sa senior high school. Tapos ang pangamba pa natin, Mr. Chair, sa pagtitrim ng senior high school curriculum, isa sa mga pwedeng hindi na isama dun sa core subjects sa senior high school, itong media and information literacy. So, Mr. Chair, that's really a step backward. considering na pinag-uusapan natin itong mabigat na topic, tapos ito pa ang maaaring gawin ng DepEd. So all the more na dapat hindi ito matanggal sa curriculum sa senior high school, dapat nga ay mas patadagin pa, kaya na-file po natin itong Critical Media and Information Literacy Bill in line sa nabanggit ng ating mga resource persons from the media and the academe. Yan lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Anybody else who would want to say his piece? Wala? Wala na? May I hear the favorite motion if suspend.
Mr. Chair, motion to suspend.
Second.
Any objection to the motion to suspend the hearing? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Marami pong salamat sa inyo lahat. Emmet,